Ah, oh yeah, shit. The volume wasn't right. And I need a bit more, how do I say, water for this one. Long time not doing any casts. Here, is it clear? God, okay. So, the first message set by Mishkis. Welcome to the stream. Um, sure, I'll be just casting a few more Greenhorn Cup games earlier on because I've been really inactive in SD2 after the last stream. It was quite a disastrous attempt at using the 116 Panzer. Hello, Tanta Collision. Welcome to the stream. And yeah, I just had a few review of your streams and also a few videos, and I'd say I like to having a few more, maybe a few more stats in this cast, and well, bringing a little bit more flavor into this. Though I won't be archiving this, I'll be just sending a few more stuff around into YouTube later on, but not this one. Probably some other shit posts around, and I'll be sending the cast onto Chinese platform whenever I've done my Chinese recording of these games. So I don't know. Just let's take a few look. Or maybe I should just change the title because I've already setting what the set of the games are gonna be casting tonight. I don't know. Just trying to set a few stuff around here. Gotta get the player's name right. And I hope I'm ready to go. I don't know. Trying to do this stuff. Trying to do this to making it a bit better. Checking if all things are here, and I think we can go right now. So the thing is, the two the two players we're gonna be casting about are Otagomen and Slacks. Their first games into this Greenhorn Cup at round 2, which Slacks had I think he had a slightly good round 1 roster and gone up to the rank and meeting Otagomen in the round 2, who has a seeding up to the place, and we're gonna be seeing quite some interesting games because I've met Otagomen, I've met Slacks in various different places. No, though I don't really know about Slacks too much, but do know that he's fairly decent player into this Greenhorn Cup roster, and Otagomen on the other hand is quite looking like a veteran into these team games, and also talked to me quite sometimes. Even some of our bootcamp members have played him in other various occasions, and yeah, feeling that he's also a decent player that will be a fairly evenly matched game, and we're gonna take a look at both of their games on their first match, which is being played on the map of, where was it again? And to the map of Orsha East. So let's take a look at the deck, shall we? So the first deck of here we're seeing as a Toggleman's deck, who's using a Maverick first Fallschirmjäger. Up to this place, using a first Fallschirmjäger in a quite current meta setup isn't really much of a good deal, but He does have some good units up to his sleeve to use, such as the cheap infantry, some good tiger tanks, and also quite a decent anti-tank asset to being used. Take a look at the recon tab. We have 2 off clear using in phase A and B, which also is a card of a Foshan Panther Abwehr in phase C with based 1 veterancy. He talked to me that he'd like to have balancing his infantry recon throughout all the phases, and we'll be gonna seeing a few more stuff right up. But using those in a Maverick deck though, it wouldn't be quite a very ideal usage. If you have other options in phase A and B for infantry anti-tank, I'd like to use, I wouldn't say this is a very bad pick, but it is not the usual pick we're seeing right here. Up to the infantry tab, we're having Aus Legionnaire, Fallschirmjäger, Fallschirmjäger, Fallschirmpioneer, with the least veterancy in phase A. I feel like this is not really much of infantry around here, especially if you're considering Aus Legionnaire were like 15 points and you would not have enough squads of them. But also the expensive Fallschirmjäger and Fallschirmpioneer will fill the role of the lead infantry roles, and gotta be careful about this. And pairing them with Fallschirmjäger, they will be having based 1 veterancy, and they will do quite decent with their fairly strong weaponry. To the phase B, we have Grenadier MG42, Fallschirm Stoßtrupp, and Fallschirm Sturmpioneer, very heavy close quarter infantry choice of option right here, with the main income being the Maverick. Well, didn't look like the most balanced pick as well, but you do have quite some interesting option. But your Fallschirmjäger won't last long because of the small number of squads, because you're picking in the phase A card. And with the income like that, you wouldn't be using. You would like to use some more elite infantry because you have more income as well. Onto the phase C, we're seeing only 1 card, a Grenadier NG42, which is a fine choice because, yeah, they're just basic Grenadiers, but with NG42, slightly stronger than a normal Grenadier, and also with the same price. I wouldn't say this is a bad choice, but phase A and B, a Toggleman really needs to controlling the amount of infantry on the field and balancing that also with the support assets we'll be seeing later. Up to the tank tab, nothing else. There's only Tiger E's and Tiger E Fearless, and he picked 1 card of Tiger E and the only Tiger E Fearless up to A phase, and 2 more cards of Tiger E's up to B phase. Not a fairly bad choice because you won't have the income for more Tiger E's and C phase. And that's all we can say about the tank tab. Up to the support tab, we're seeing Fallschirm Flammenwerfer, 2 vetted Fallschirmgewehr MG34, and a card of IG-18 and LG-42 up to the A phase. No commander card are being picked for the support tab of this first Fallschirmjäger deck, which I don't really, how do I say, fairly inexperienced right now, so I would say this is quite of a questionable choice here. But you do have both IG-18s and LG-42s for your infantry support, and also some kind of an anti-tank asset for your phase A, because the LG-42 does have a good heat shell, which has 35% of accuracy with a range of 1,500 meters. And also with 100 meters of penetration, that means it can be used against the medium tank fairly well, even also with exceptional stealth. That means you can barely be seen by other forces except for infantry and also the recon forces. Out to B phase, we're only seeing 1 card of Volpa Blitz munition truck. That is the pretty basic solution for supplying and also repairing Tiger East to the front line. Up for the anti-tank tab, we're seeing Fallschirm Panther Shrek, a pack 40 in a phase. Wouldn't see that as a problem because we're seeing the LG-42 early on. but you would like to pick a card of the Breda 47mm for a light anti-tank and also anti-vehicle choice. Other than that, you would have some Pumpkins and also Nashon and Pak 43, 41, 88mm. But I wouldn't say this is a questionable choice because what he's facing against, well, doesn't have a lot of heavy armor as you would expect. First Fallschirmjäger is a cool dip, not the strongest, but cool. Yeah, I would say the same, even though most of the people would say this is a pretty mediocre one and not really suitable for 1v1, but it does have some potential, which has been shown in various other cases. And also due to the flash review video of Nilla's, I also can pretty certainly saying this does have some potential to do. So, one card of Ocean Panzerschreck and one card of Pack 40-75mm. I wouldn't say this is not enough, but you do have to think about the use of Panzerschreck. It needs to be close, and also the micro needs to be on point to make any progress for the Panzerschreck to be. On the B phase, we are seeing another card of Ocean Panzerschreck and a card of Jagdpanzer 4, which will be crucial on anti-medium tank rule. Onto the anti-air tab, there is one card of SP-838R Breda 20mm truck. That's the only AA for A phase for Otago Man early on. Up to the B phase, there is SDKs at 7.2 and also a card of Flak 36 88mm heavy AA gun, which can be also used, as we'll be seeing, this is a dual purpose gun, which we're expecting some of the heavy anti-air role, and the anti-tank role will be relying on Pack 40 and Jagdpanzer if we're really expecting a card in phase B for those 88s. Other than that, he could have choose a little bit more SDKs at 7.2 if dropping his tank card, or maybe picking another card of 88 and A would be a slightly better choice. I mean, a slightly decent choice, I would say, for the first Fallschirmjäger. Onto the artillery tab, we're only seeing a card of the Fallschirm Granatwerfer Kurz 81mm mortar, and in A phase, which has a radio. This would be a good choice for the first Fallschirmjäger, as we're seeing a few more cards can be chosen, also with a 105mm mountain guns for the first Fallschirmjäger, but there is only one card of 81mm mortar, which being seen up here that the Otago Man had. He would have a very limited artillery support up to his sleeve, even if he's getting those mortars slightly more supplied. Other than that, there is one Fallschirm Battlefear in B phase to be used, even though he did bring the B phased fear card. Up to most cases around even my or below until lower level players, they will use the battery field as a extra infantry squad at the very late phase of the game. Let's see if Otago would like to use them pairing with the strong infantry option into phase B, making a more stronger infantry push. Other than that, he could have chosen a few more 81mm mortar with radio and the 105mm mountain guns. Also with the Italian 75mm light artillery piece that could be used, but it is not a good deck for artillery play. Up to the air tab, you will be minding that there's two cards of planes. There is a Me-410 fighter bomber, which has 8 50kg bombs, and 2 Me-109 G6R6 to pick in a phase. Wouldn't say this is a bad choice, but the better one will become later in the form of the Reggiani 2005 Series 0, the fighter plane, which has pretty identical weaponry against the Me-109 G6R6, and even with a slightly cheaper cost and even with better stats. Up to this version, we will be having quite some good air fights if he's microing the Reggiani 2005 well, and there's also another 2 more Me410 planes with 2 500kg bombs coming up. Other than that, there are interesting choices of the CR-42 Scout plane and the Me-109G6 with the BR-21 rocket. But overall, the Otago men's deck looking quite balanced, but a bit questionable about his infantry card in phase A and B. We'll see that later. To counter in that, I mean, I don't know who got the counter pick, but Slacks on the other hand get himself a Vanguard 17SS Panzergrenadier deck, which is still viewed as a fairly high tiered 1v1 division to pick. We're taking a look at the Scouts, a Recon card, a card of Eau Claire without any veterancy, also with the SPW222 with them, the light 20mm cannon vehicle. Will be pretty useful against a soft target, but it needs to be grouped up. Other than that, we have a B-phased SPW231 with a base 1 veterancy coming up. Also a good thing to deal with a lighter target, but up to phase B, there is questionable use for that. Other than that, we're taking a look at the infantry tab and the other option for the 17SS, that could be a SPW233, which has a short 75mm cannon. Just experienced that earlier yesterday and also earlier today, having a bit more firepower with them with a heat shell, AP shell, and HE shell. It's a pretty good multi-purpose vehicle. Mostly we'll be doing against light vehicles and light targets with a fairly high optics and also a bit of more risk to use with a 35 point cost. That would be a good choice in a phase of a recon. Other than that, we're taking a look at the infantry card. There is SS Legionary, a Pioneer, a Panzergrenadier MG34, 2 up to his sleeve in A phase, also with the card of Pioneer Fear. This is fairly good amount of infantry, and also the SS Legionary and Pioneer, which has based 1 vet, is gonna be put into good use with those trucks can go on earlier, and the SS Legionary and Pioneer are being proven from time to time very deadly in close range. Other than that, there is B-phase infantry, again the combo of SS Legionary, Pioneer, and Panzergrenadier. Up to the C phase, we're only seeing 1 card of Panzergrenadier, which is fairly typical in a Vanguard deck. Overall, I would say this is quite a lot of amount of infantry in B phase, and other than that, you will fairly lacking in infantry AT because only those SS Legionary has the Panzerfaust 60, although you can bring the Volksdeutsche also with the Panzerfaust 60, but there's none in his deck. Other than that, fairly good anti-infantry capability early on and throughout the whole match. Tanks, nothing else but stuck 4, based 1 vet, 6 in A and 6 in B. A balanced use of it, and we won't be seeing too much later on. Support tab, 5 cards are being used even though the high cost here. A typical Flammenwerfer into the Traction Rush could be useful in the very early deployment. A card of IG-18, a card of Schwer MG-42, and the Bevel Traction being used here. I'm fairly expecting a Traction Rush, but due to that, there's only the Flammenwerfer with the traction. It wouldn't be too much of an impact unless the Flammenwerfer Micro would be fairly good throughout the match. Up to the anti-tank tab, we do see some Pack 38 without any use of a Pack 40, but in form of a Marder 3M are being used in A phase. Pack 38 from time to time being proved useful against light vehicles, but first Fallschirmjäger there's only Tiger that needs to be taken care of. So with that being a respawn, there is Jagdpanzer 4 and the Pack 40 Krug gun are being brought up to the field. This is looking like a fairly light anti-tank tab that most people would use in a general purpose setup, but you would like some Pack 40 if you're really knowing you're against a first Fallschirmjäger deck, because there's not much tank to deal with. So the Pack 38 will be most likely used against light vehicles and also the transports, while the Pack 40 can pack a punch and punching through the Tiger's frontal armor within a close range. And also there is some APCR shells that can be used, 6 of them, which is quite nice, to be honest. Up to the anti-air tab, fairly decent Flak 36-70mm gun without any veterancy. Quite surprisingly, no veterancy up to the 37mm guns. That would prove to be only as a suppression rate, but he do put some veterancy up to the Flak 41 88mm in B phase. And also with another card of SDKFs at 7-1 around here. Overall, looking like a good AA tab, but I would say switch the veterancy and swap that veterancy between the 37mm and 88mm to make sure you got enough suppression and enough damage to kill off the planes that the first Fallschirmjäger had, which is not so durable, but is deadly. Onto the artillery tab, we're seeing a little bit more artillery than usual, an 81mm, also paired with a traction car, also a card of a 1-vet 122mm that would be seen to prove to be a good anti-tank asset, with the 160mm 46 accuracy heat shell to be used. Out of the B phase, again we're seeing Battery Fear and also a Baron Kubel with 152mm artillery off map to be used. Frub Lord, hello there, and not doing a shit job. Get rid of that silly stuff. Well, still, I need to up to my games, so because recently it's just a fairly good opposition around here. Tons of guys are casting games here and there, and yeah, I'm not the best man for the job here because the inexperience that I had, and also the current situation of a problem of risking myself in a new Lunar New Year, so I wouldn't be fairly active during these days. So making this probably slightly better than most of the other options, maybe. I wouldn't say so. I just casting what I like around here. Yeah, and get rid of this text and cast. Get rid of this cast. Strings but Ray isn't dying. I hope so. It isn't dying. So still, yeah. All right. Enough of that. And we're still looking at the artillery tab, right? The 152mm artillery observer around here will prove to be useful to continue his push with the Vanguard income. He still can using these OP for another further push in B phase and so on. Other options such as the Nebelwerfer 42 and the Schwerfeld Howitzer 150mm artillery piece aren't being used around here, which isn't a quite surprising choice as a Vanguard income deck. Up to the air tab, we're seeing a card of Ju-87G1, a card of ME-109G6 with the BR-21 rocket, which proves from time to time being useful against soft targets, and the Ju-87G1 with 140mm penetration do have some chances of killing Tigers against the first Fallschirmjäger. Other than that, another card of Ju-87G1 and a card, a fighter in the form of ME-109 G6U4 with the 37mm autocannon up to his nose. I wouldn't say it's a bad fighter plane, but it's all it can get, and also the damage output could prove to be fairly deadly to enemy light planes such as the Reggiani 2005s if the micro was on point. Overall, the 17SS deck does have the potential of beating the Tigers of the first Fallschirmjäger, but the medium armor will play a big role if a Tagoman and his first Fallschirmjäger do not have a good counter to that. The Tigers will be enough, but the 17SS do have some option and some weaponry to deal with those. So it's a pretty much of a balanced and quite a fair matchup to be seen. We'll be taking a look at the replay later on. Hello Lord, and welcome back to this Greenhorn Cup stream. Still, I would say I would like to stream some more Chinese games, but yeah, these days the Chinese Nova Cup aren't being very active until after the Lunar New Year. Bit light on tractions, could put the MG42 and Panzerschreck in tractions. Looking back at the deck, we're seeing only the Flammenwerfer and also the 81mm mortar on traction, which I wouldn't say the 81mm mortar on traction is the very best option for them, because they don't really need the speed. What they need is to just get onto the field and start firing those shells. They don't need to get up to the front line, unlike the other needed like the MG42 or the Panzerschreck like Frublor said, up to the front line from speed. Yeah, it's how it is during Chinese New Year. Nothing works or goes. Fairly true. So, yeah, starting, I'm done looking at the deck, and we'll be seeing mortars and tractions. Yes, mortars and tractions. This is quite of a questionable thing. That's why you don't have enough traction for other stuff, because they got Flammenwerfer, that's the typical you need, and the Granatwerfer, the mortars and tractions. That will take 13 traction from 16 to use. So this is quite of a not top tier pick. It could be better using the Kurbella or the Schwimmwagen, from my point of view. Other than that, there are some interesting options of using of trucks, with the Pioneers taking the DMA because there's not enough Opel Blitz. But the B phase infantry are still taking the Opel Blitz, like the Legionary and Panzergrenadier. Other than that, the capability was quite good, to be honest. So, I'm opening up the replay, and we'll be seeing the first game between a Toggleman and Slacks very soon. There's lots of B phase infantry for Vanguard. I would say so. Many people would tend to use too many cards in B. Quotes from Keto. And yeah, more could be put in A, and some could be put in C. But one card of infantry in C is often enough for early game decks if they want the game to go. If sometimes the game is going for too long, might as well go mad with that setup, to be honest. Okay, the things are marked here. So, left side, right side. Okay, things are good. Oh, the score aren't changed yet. Let me do that. There we go. Oh, righty. On the map of Orchard East, we're seeing 17 SS and the first Jäger being on the field. From the left side, in blue, we are having Slacks using the 17 SS with a Vanguard income. On the right hand side, in red, we have Otago Man using the first Jäger with a Maverick income. Up around here, we're seeing some Stug and Martyr 3Ms, also with some Flammenwerfers and Legionary up to the northern side of these two compounds. And also with some Panzer Grenadier MG34 and Aufklär to support around on this high ground, and also maybe taking a few look at the flag. On the center, we're seeing also some Flammenwerfer in traction. Also some Panzer Grenadier MG34, quite a lot of them with a Pioneer Fear and IG-18 without any anti-tank option up to the center. And also to the south, which will be seeing some more closer combat being played. We're seeing only Flammenwerfers and Panzer Grenadier and two SS Legionary come into the place of closer combat, with a Stug 4 being the supportive outside of it. We aren't seeing any pioneers in the initial deployment from Slacks, which can be proved to be a little bit more of a failure from his deployment. But on the other hand, on the first Jäger for Otago Man, he got Aufklär, Flammenwerfer, and LG-42, another Aufklär and an MG-34 and a Legionary down to the south, looking like to playing a bit more of a conservative setup, as he's gonna put some of his reinforcements and the income and to use to the center or the northern side. Not much of a closer combat infantry to be seen around here. Up to the center, we're seeing much more resources are being put around here, including the IG-18 Schwer MG-34 and also the Legionary LG-42 Jäger, Aufklär, and also a Tiger E-4 going onto the center. Also with the Schwer MG-34, which was misdeployed to the center contestment. Up to the north, we're seeing Flammenwerfer, 2 of them, with the Legionnaire Pack 40, 2 of them to the north. Also with some IG-18 and Aufklär being used up around here. Jägers are here too. The game has started, and let's look at the initial deployment, which was typical with the traction, with the speed comparing to other light vehicles such as the Horse. Is fairly superior to grab the open and early ground for Slacks, which put it to a 14-10 against Otago Man. Otago Man, on the other hand, being forced to deploy a lot earlier. Stanton Warrior, thank you for your following around here, and the first kill will be coming around for the Flammenwerfer, taking down an Legionnaire squad in their truck. Jäger onto the place, but were being forced back by the Flammenwerfer, while the IG-18 and LG-42 are being supportive around against the Flammenwerfer, killing the first team, with the Jäger being immediately suppressed. On the south, that's what we're expecting. Very, very conservative for the Otago Man, putting a lot of forces behind that force line, and there's only one Flammenwerfer trying to seek if there's a chance of pushing a little bit more through around here with the Hunt Order, but immediately being put down by the excessive force that Slacks have in the south. Up to the north, still fairly normal around here, though there are some shots are being fired around here, also with the IG-18 and Pak-40 trying to locking down the route, while 17S has got an excessive force of infantry in the north, which does put a Toggleman to slightly of a backhand around here. Overall, on the first thing that there is pretty much expected in the south from both sides, and up to the center contestment, Slacks does have a little bit more initiative around here, and it will grow throughout the first 10 minutes if the income still comes through as we're expecting. Now, up to the other hands, though, there are still no AA being deployed around here after the first few minutes, but there is a good move for Slack bringing out his first Bavarian commander unit onto the position, but without too many leaders around it. But there is one Pioneer field around here that could prove to be useful for the command chain, and also more infantry are being brought in to further bolstering his position in the center. Onto the north, the movement from Slacks were a little bit held up by the infantry speed, but the Foshan Pioneer and Foshan Flammenwerfer were immediately drop off the truck. Good play for a Toggleman around here, trying to protect some of his units. And also within that range, the SS Legionary does not have a good position against the Foshan Pioneer and also Legionary. The small squad were quickly being wiped out, and the ME-410 were trying to take down the MG-42 back there. At this time, there is nothing behind those two units as well. A Toggleman got a fairly good position in the north while being pressurized in the center. Although the Tiger E can be proved useful as a stopping point and the anchor to the central position. Up to there, the Foshan Speer NG-34 starting fire at the infantry with good effect, also with the help of an ME-410A1 fighter bomber. More Foshan Jaeger and Foshan Pioneer being brought into the north. And there is nothing that Slacks can do against the Tiger E fear right now, I would say. Those Pioneers and SS Legionary aren't a good asset around here against any armored, and there are no other AT option for Slacks at this moment. So with that being said, the Toggleman did aim for one more flag pick around here with the Ost Legionary and also Panzerschreck, and also one more Foshan Pioneer trying to bolstering the position. As a response, Slacks bring two more Pioneers, which is a good option in the closer range, but they need to be careful about the amount of the 2 versus 2. There needs to be some kind of a good micro to take down the hill. Finally bringing the anti-tank option for the Tiger E Fear, which just completely wipe out the infantry around this position with the help of the Foshan Jaeger and Foshan Pioneer. The Foshan Jaeger squad were being wiped out, confirmed, but there are still a few more Ost Legionnaire for land grabs, and also a bit more. The Foshan Pioneer just throw his frag edge Isha against the Panzer Grenadier and immediately kill that off. Now the good micro for Slacks and also the Pioneer were being exposed against the Ost Legionary. More Ost Legionary were being brought out by a Toggleman, also pairing with some Foshan Jaegers. And also an IG-18 and Pak-40 onto that field. Not so many stock 4 are being bring out, mostly the Mod 3N, and not much vehicles are seen around here. Pak-40 did take down the stock 4 while there's a second MG-42 onto the compound. By the current status, I would say it's pretty much That's pretty much certain to say Slacks had a good claim up to the southern position, while in the north and the center, the front line are still not being fairly decided yet, with the Foschampani and Ostlegionare being brought up to the front line and stopping the Pioneers from advancing a little bit more. There is the ME-109 G6R6 strafing down a Pioneer squad, while the second one will be bring down by the infantry firepower superiority of the Foschampani. But with that IG-18 in mind, the Foschampani might go down at this moment. More infantry looking like on the field for a Tagoman, and as there's also some air superiority brought in from the first Fallschirmjäger, while the 17 SS did not bring out any other plane but decided to bring a Flak 36. One isn't enough, and even so, two wasn't really enough to stop the air strike from the first Fallschirmjäger side. Also, there being zero veterancy around here. With the excessive infantry of a Tagoman had in the northern side, but he's not really pushing too much around here. Thus being a bit more conservative without being too much aggressive. But do hold his ground at this moment. Fairly typical Orchard East setup without too many aggression, even though both sides are using a quite of an early game deck around here. More Fallschirmfeuer and the first piece of Fallschirm Granatwerfer cards are being brought in by the Tagoman side, the 81mm mortar with the radio, which will give a good and lethal corrected shot against any soft targets on the field. With the radio on the front line in the form of Fallschirmfeuer and the Tiger E-Fear, this could be pretty deadly against the infantry position that Slacks had at this moment. Yeah, Frublord, both parts are very passive on both sides as well. Currently, they're looking like they're going for a quite of a long slog. After all, with the northern infantry for Slacks, a Panzergrenadier NG-34, and the Flammenwerfer being taken out by the IG-18 and the frontline infantry that a Tagoman had. And by that moment, Central could be developed into a Tagoman's push. Also with the northern side, even though Slacks has been brought in a few more Stokes and the Panzergrenadier, and the Model 3M surprisingly didn't move at all around here. Up to the orders of the central position that the 81mm decided to bombarding the Flak 36 37mm, but really it's off target all the time. With that being, with those 20 or maybe even with that 10 or even maybe 15 shells are being gone to waste around at this point. With that being said, the IG-18 does shut down the Fallschirmpioneer from pushing any further, while these fair MG-42 are being taken out by the Ostlegionare. ME-410A1 decided to go for a bomb run against the IG-18, but did not use all its bombs, and the second one decided to turn back as soon as it can, with the SD-Cavs at 7-1 are being brought out by Slack's side. Right now, he's really trying to defend his position from a Tagoman since it's B phase. But early on into B phase, I wouldn't suggest turning into defensive fairly early on. because you still have the cumulative points onto your field as well. The 81mm do some counter battery and doing fairly well against the Granata with a cut of the first Fallschirmjäger, while the ME109G6R6 decided to go for a strafe, but only one strafe comes and forced to fall back as well. Tiger E coming up to the field, taking out the IG-18 and trying to take out the Stug 4 as well, which on a head-to-head combat, the Stug 4 is gonna lose without any doubt around here. Second mortar being brought in to the same position with more Opel Blitz munition and Fallschirmjäger and G34 far back to the line. I wouldn't suggest so. Another 81mm mortar come to that position, and well, the Opel Blitz munition truck were being brought down as well. Other than that, Slack is still trying to put a little bit more reinforcement up to the sound in the form of a SPW222 with an off-flare inside, with a Toggleman, on the other hand, did not try at all. He's pretty much dedicated to take the central position at this moment, but not enough frontline units to prevail. The Tiger E were being taken out by the Stug, and the second one, the Tiger E Fear, in a closer range wouldn't guarantee the Tiger E to bring in the victory back for a Toggleman. As we're being seen, Stug 4 did make a penetration up to that Tiger E Fear, and the second shot would kill it afterward. Good play by Slacks, did use the Stug 4 against the Tiger E in a closer position. And also for a Toggleman, not a good thing from him. So at this moment, both sides being passive on the north, fairly tunnel vision at the center. One more ME4 tank coming in, this time with two 500kg HE bomb, did not drop any of that back and being shut down by the SDK of Z71, even being taken down by that. Another one comes in with 8 more 50kg HE bomb, does bomb out the Panther Grenadier, but does it get out alive? No, it doesn't. So that's 2 planes out of 8 were being brought down from Slacks. As there are some movements around here, the Fallschirmjäger and G34 decides to fight against the IG-18 and the LG-42 against the Pak-38, while the Jagdpanzer 4 can be proved to be a little more helpful around here as well. Otago losing a lot of key units in the past minutes, yes, especially with the earlier Fallschirmjäger and Fear, and the Tiger E he's bringing out around in the center as well. That would prove to be a stopping point for a Toggleman for a few more minutes into this B phase. Also, there are some good fights against that. The 122mm did its job as a anti-tank gun, which only fired 1 heat shell and does take down the Tiger in the process, during the process. Other than that, Slack didn't try for this opportunity to put more bum rush more infantry inside. Just as we were speaking, he did push a little bit more infantry in the form of a SS Legionary, while on the other hand, Slack's on the other hand, a Toggleman did put a bit more Grenadier MG42, a squad of Fallschirmjäger, and also a squad of Fallschirmpanzerschreck as well into the center. The first piece of AA, which in the form of a Breda 20mm from a Toggleman, has up to the field. We'll see, but without any veterancy and there's only 1 AA going around at this point, I wouldn't see too much of success from them. Other than that, Stug did try to fire at the Grenadier NG42, did take out a Opel Blitz truck, and the other decided to drop out immediately. But there are not much longer range option for a Targoman to deal with that Stug, except for a LG42 and also a Flak 36 fairly near that as well. But not on a good position in both AA and AT perspective. Other than that, still very tunnel vision out to the center. Those Slacks decided to bring a few more forces in the terms of Panzer Grenadiers, a mortar and a Pioneer Field up to that northern town, slightly north town, high ground. Around here trying to take that down, which is defended by a Fallschirmjäger and 2 squads of Ostlegionäre from the 1st Fallschirmjäger. Other than that, the infantry push from Targoman did prove to be more of a contesting stuff. Right now, the 3 squads of Grenadier MG42 are firing at the SS Legionary, with the 81mm do try to take out the SDKs 7 and LG42. On the other hand, the 81mm of Targoman trying to count 2-zone counter battery and against the Stug. With that radio being in effect, with that radio being trying to be effective about the corrected shot, that only proves to be pinning down. Okay, that did kill the 81mm mortar during the process. Can do nothing, hurts me on a physical level. And it's being bombarded by the mortar as well. Yeah, does not look like the best position, and the Tiger E decided to move forward, fast moving around here and trying to fire at the Stug 4. In this range, it's an even battle, but the Tiger E does have the upper hand and take down the Stug 4 during the process. And the Grenadier NG42 does take one more flag up to it as well, bringing this to a 12-12, going almost a few more going on like 20-30 seconds into C phase before we're going to C phase. And yeah, still a lot more forces are bringing into the north from Targoman. Finally decided to put a northern push, trying to take things out as well. The MG42 does being spotted by the IG-18 after it fired a few shots at the upper blitz truck. And after that, there is only one Stug 4 behind that as well. Trying to look at that, Targoman does decided to making a lot more push around in the north, but do be aware of the mortars and the Stug 4 trying to overlook for any further pushes around here. The Pak 40 decided to fire at the Panzer Grenadier as there are no vehicles around here. Also with the Grenadier NG42 just trying to take back the position that he had, which were very little losses for the Panzer Grenadiers as well. Up to the center, Slacks do have a few more Panzer Grenadier and NG42 trying to take him back to the location. But with the help of nothing else, only an MG34 holding that infantry push. There is nothing a Targoman can do around this position. Almost looking like the first plane that Slacks could have, the ME-109G6 with the BR-21 rocket goes for a Winchester move against that after firing the rockets against the Fallschirmjäger up to the front line. Winchester move for the 109G6 BR-21 could prove to be useful. And there are no aerial responses from a Targoman currently. Probably already fairly aware of the 37mm and the flak feelings that Slacks had throughout the field. On this side, the Targoman's northern push finally completes with the Grenadier NG42 and Faucon Auclair to the very front line of it. There's only Stug 4 trying to overlook lag, but didn't saw anything else.
But a Toggleman does have some sight on that Stuck 4 as well. So, Tiger E, Jagdpanzer 4 being brought in as well. Good recon play, I would say. A Toggleman does, focusing on a bit more recon playing, but does losing out a few more close fights with that. The 5 squad Grenadier NG42 does fire at the Panzer Grenadier and killing them off one after one. Looking like so, but the Pioneer Field would prove to be very deadly in the closer range, and also the Grenadiers are still moving around here. Didn't stop for any of that. Didn't stop for anything, and other 2 squads were being taken down by the rockets as well. Deadly for a Toggleman as the last squad were being surrendered afterward. Stone Pioneer trying to move in with that Tiger E up to the front line, being taken out by the Ju-87 G1. But there's other Jagdpanzer 4 trying to fire at the Stuck 4 as well, and did kill that off. Does move the front line a little bit more forward, but without any flag holds. Alright, take a look at few. Okay, so back to the center, those 2 mortars are being continually supplied by the Opel Blitz munition, and still firing at enemy position at all at this time, and we're still seeing a fairly even matchup in the center, while Slacks did take the south, and the Toggleman did take the north. There's only just 13-11 1 ticks are being ticked around here. If there's no big movement from both sides, we're gonna be seeing a fairly long phase C slugfest around here currently. Slothing moves up forward. The first off-map artillery are being brought in after the 152mm of the 17SS are into position and onto the target of the center town that a Toggleman holds. Plenty of units are still staying there waiting for any more orders. But there's 2 squads of Fallschirmjäger, a squad of Fallschirmaufklär with the holding fire onto the church, which will give a lot of positioning and spotting tons of infantry around here. And also 1 Ostlegionär waiting. Oof, the first off-map was being dropped, and it immediately kills down the fear and also pinning down most of the Fallschirmjäger and Grenadier to that. 1 shot onto that church, killing off the Aufklär. Seeing that a Toggleman decides to order his troops to fall back. Also with the 81mm trying to hitting the infantry position. And the SS Legionary in their truck might gonna be a little bit more bombarded by that, but the first 2 trucks are being safely through, while the second 2 more trucks, 1 were forced to get out of that, and the other safely gone through. But against that rush, there's already a Tiger E in the back holding the Legionary off, also with Fallschirmjäger being quickly regain their consciousness, and they're using all their weaponry to fire at the SS Legionary. Onto the north, 2 more Ju-87 G1 on it, trying to kill some more vehicles, but well, that did not kill anything else right? With that Tiger E around and Jagdpanzer 4, and that did kill the Jagdpanzer 4, which is the primary target of those Ju-87 G1s. And another rocket plane comes through and trying to bombarding a few more position around here where the AA was. 4 respawns, Atagoman did bring out the ME-109 G6R6 but did not do any damage to the enemy plane because the enemy AA. Because of the AA that 17SS had. More Stug 4 and Jagdpanzer 4 being brought in from Slack's side, trying to hitting that Jagdpanzer 4 and stemming up for less flags to be taken. But the Panzer Grenadier just a little bit away from the Flammenwerfer around here. The Flammenwerfer were being sitting right there almost all the time, and the Ju-87G1. Good air and good try for the airplay, but more and more AA were being brought in as well at the position. This might prove to be a little bit limited, but the AA is also limited with only 2 20mm on that field. Thus not looking like enough stress for against the first shots. But that do prevent the second shot from being fired. As we're dragging on 28 minutes up to the field, we're seeing a 14-10 for Atagoman, looking like a good game around here. Just a little bit more aggression in the center, and that will be closing up to a 2-tick. More Grenadier and G42 around here. Those were being slightly more passive. Things aren't totally bad for Slacks at this moment. He still got excessive force in the south. If he do bring a few more away from the forest and try to swing through around the center position, that could make some impact against Atagoman as well. Atagoman didn't really take care of few of his infantry forces down on the north and being suppressed and dead by the supportive asset from Slacks, but there is no frontline unit for Slacks to regain any control of the northern position, as the Tiger E does take out the Jagdpanzer 4 and gonna be taking down the Stug 4 really soon. Gun jam for the Stug 4. And the second shot is having a higher possibility of killing that as well. And there goes the Stug. What we're being said? Yes, the second batch of artillery off map are being brought in to the center, hitting multiple targets. The Grenadier NG42 still waiting for their order in their truck. It's gonna be another deadly off-map strike from Slacks at this moment. BR-21 rocket only taking out 2 Legionnaire, while the last one being killed by the Panzer Grenadier, and the Winchester move does prevent it from being shot down or being anywhere near suppression from the 20mm Beretta gun. But the 37mm AA were taken out by the 81mm mortar. It's almost in the same fashion around here in the center, while almost all of the infantry from Atagoman were being pinned down, but Slacks does not have any of the truck for any quick push around here. And even the same thing probably is going to be happening, is that they're going to regain their consciousness, and there's not much for Slacks to take. Only for a few more meters ahead. And the Tiger E still back up that line, waiting for any soft target or hard target to hit. Hold on a bit. Keep that dragging on. take a few look here and there. Still nothing in the south. Both sides fairly tunnel vision around here, while a limited firefight between both sides in the slightly northern side. At this moment, I would say it's a tunnel vision after all, because there's nothing in the south from Slags. But Atagoman did manage his northern push a little bit fairly well, but not without enough reinforcements coming up to the north, to the side, which this forest does prove to be useful to put a few more AT guns in. And also things like this forest and this high ground could be used a little bit more from both Atagoman and Slags, to put a few more AT guns and a few more supported assets around here. Especially some AA in the north would prove to be very useful for Atagoman, as he's being completely harassed by the Ju-87G1 and also some rocket plane that Slags had. As in the northern side, this flag were being taken back for Slags, but the Atagoman is still trying to take a little bit more control up to this forest, even though he did not use the forest as another stopping point like this one did. But the enemy 410 does try to bombing out a few more around this position, but did nothing, and quickly being sent back to the airfield. Another Ju-87G1 is gonna be suppressed by the SDKs at 7-2. Finally, more AA were being brought in by a Atagoman, and Slags did lose his side for the Tiger E during this time point, making that Ju-87G1 just only roaring around here up to the sky and being forced to fall back as well. Does that have enough damage? I don't really think so, but the 37mm does try to bring this down. And the answer is no. That Ju-87G1 will go back to the airfield. And speaking of that, we need more AA, as Slags brings the Flak 41 and also the Pak 43 crop gun up to the field, trying to going for more tiger killing stuff around here. Throughout the field, more SDKs at 7-2 are being brought in from Atagoman's side. Both players are being still a bit more passive around here. Though Slags does have some initiative around here as well, that could prove to be a little bit more of an advantage, as he can swing through this side to the north or to the south. If they do have enough infantry and also some more supportive assets such as AT guns and a few more mortars and a few more artillery to be used. Another plane has come down, that is from Atagoman, let's say. And the rocket plane as well, more Breda guns, and the 7-2 are firing at it. Probably gonna be taken down during the sortie. Does that drag back alive again? Yes, it is. 0 points for Atagoman's AA, though he does have some 81mm to choose. There is one. Just bringing him from its base. NG42 firing at the Grenadier NG42. Does not look like the best firefight they can hand. But both sides, very little firefights around here as well. 37 minutes into the game, and we're still having a 13-11 for a toggle man. Only 8 minutes, no, 12-12 at this moment, as this one single flag are being taken back by taken down by flags, but on the edge, just a few, 1 or 2 Grenadier squads are gonna take it at this moment. Finally, Slag doing some move, pushing his Panzer Grenadier right up, but it doesn't look like a whole push around here as well. Just one, just checking if that's not being defended at all. That's all of it. JU-87G1 does being brought out, but immediately lost its side, probably against that Jagdpanzer IV. The 81mm mortar is still being resupplied, and it keeps up firing at infantry position, while the third batch of off-map, the 152mm, the last one, are being coming into the center side, even in the same fashion as he's bringing up 3 more Panzer Grenadier squads coming in around here. Also, with the Pioneer, a few mismanagement of them being completely off the truck just after their deployments, and the Slug 4 will continue moving up forward. Other than that, looking like both sides aren't really using all their stuff to the fullest, and there's not much aggressive to be talked around here. Off maps dropping in, Panzer Grenadier trying to move in. The Grenadier NG42 and Oz Legionary are completely pinned down at the moment. And also, the mortars are still firing, not at this moment. Trying to put a few more smoke into the position of the Grenadier NG42 and the Fortune Battalion. But the Grenadier NG42 do pick back its consciousness and fire at the truck without much success. The Fallschirmjäger were finally firing at the Panzer Grenadier. Does not prove to be fairly useful at all. 81mm mortar firing at the Pioneer and also the Panzer Grenadier in the house. But doesn't look too well at all. The Panzer Grenadier into the smoke. Cannot be seen by the Tiger E unless it gets too close to the edge of it. ME410A1 goes in bombing that MG42, does get its bombs off, but being shutting down and forced to fall back by the SDKs at 7-1. Also with the Flak 36 and Flak 41 helping that. ME410 does go down. That looks like the very last fire bomber for a Toggle Man. Battalion and the Grenadier NG42 did pick out the last Panzer Grenadier squad up to that point, and also with some Tiger E helping that out. 4 more Grenadier NG42 are into the position, trying to fending off a few more Panzer Grenadiers up to the front line. A few more finally got out the truck and taking down the Panzer Grenadier by sheer number of it. But doesn't look like there's gonna be any more aggression from that as well, because of the rocket plane firing at it. Really much takes down some of the initiative that Toggleman had. The Reggiani 2005 trying to hunting down the 109, but does get shut down by the combo of the 7.1 37mm and the 109. At this position, Panzer Grenadier finally taking out the Foshem Flammenwerfer and taking back 1 more flag, bringing this game back to a 12-12 at the moment. Another head-on fight against Stock 4 and the Tiger E. Up to that range, it's around 1500 meter. Up to that range, Tiger E would win most of the fights. With that being said, even with more veterancy helping out, the JD87G1 does come in to help that out. But does that getting shut down by the Beretta 20mm and the 7.2 during the process? So the Tiger E does take out the Stug while it being heavily damaged as well. This is probably the last Tiger E that a Toggleman can afford to have. And he's gonna be used as an anchoring job as well. I would like to see a few more recon car from Slacks to taking down the Grenadier position. But will that ever happen? Don't really know, as he brings up another 122mm artillery, the second one, the very last one to take it, trying to take a few more front line duty. As well as we're seeing some Falchion Panzerbear and the Sturmpania coming up to the northern front. Okay. Negative image sip. Oh, this is long. 44 minutes have passed. Still 12, and it's 12-12 with the Toggleman having the slightly advantage around here. There is some contestments around here between Panzer Grenadiers and Grenadier NG42 up to this town. Also, there are some small firefight between Panzer Grenadiers and also the Grenadier NG42 with some help of the Falchion Pioneers around here. Not much light support around this position, as we're seeing a Toggleman did take in a 1311 at this moment. Not gonna be fairly long, as the last Panzer Grenadier squad of Slacks does take down one Grenadier squad. And the second, I don't know what he's really up to. Yeah, the order was a bit more of a mismanagement, as so do the pathfinding. And the little contestment were resulting in the victory of the Panzer Grenadier of the 17SS. Other than that, more movement can be seen in the north. The 231 combining with the IG-18 and Stock 4 did cleaning out a few more stuff for a Toggleman, as the tanks were being picked out one after one. Falchion Panzerbear were being brought up to the field, but no more anti-tank duty, probably due to the range and how open the ground is for the north. But the Pack 40 do decide to fire a few more AP shot against that 231 and does kill that off. But with that being said, two more flags in the north are being taken down as the Toggleman into a deficit of 11-13. At this moment, 46 minutes into the fight. Falchion Panzerbear, well, decides to fire their NG-34s at a few more Pioneer squads, as well as the Ostlegionary at the back, with the last 81mm brought up into the north, trying to support that as well. But on the other hand, the rocket plane still not being killed around. Or Slack just brought more rocket plane against more infantry at the north. That took a few more success at pinning down one Fortune Panzer a bit at the moment. Other than that, the 81mm mortar does try to fire down to the north, trying to pinning a few more Panzer Grenadier squad. As the very northern side, the Ostlegionary does some land grab and taking down one more flag, bringing this back to 12-12. Very little movement can be seen from both sides as they are literally down to what they have. Not much in this deck. And probably will be turning to a +2, I don't know, 2 times around here later on. Maybe not, but the Fortune Panzer Bear decided to go on to a closer firefight with their MP40 and G43s firing at the Panzer Grenadier. Thus looking like it will kill some of the infantry squad. But without any Fortune Pioneer, this could be looking bad for the Fortune Panzer Bear, as they don't have enough infantry amount to taking all things down. Also, the AA is still not enough. No Winchester move for the ME109 G6 BR21 and thus take down by the Reggiani 2005. But both sides are firing at the mortar at this town. This could be a crucial fight, but it still results in the victory for Slags at this moment. No more reinforcements around here at the back of it. The Toggleman did some redeployments of the Jagdpanzer IV, trying to getting repaired by the Opel Blitz munition truck. Seems like a good and neat move, as he does need to get transmission damage done, and also supporting the north or the center, as there's nothing to be said at the south at this moment, or for the whole game. Few more, the 81mm mortar that 17SS had are going into ANTR, going into the counter artillery role, as well as the 122mm artillery as well. 81mm mortar still firing around, trying to take a few more Panzer Grenadier down, but there's nothing at where it's firing at. Though the Jagdpanzer IV is just gonna firing at the Panzer Grenadier and does pin that down, there's nothing too much to take the surrender or just finishing that off. The 81mm only has 10 more shells, and the Foshan of Claire will be spotted by the Panzer Grenadier, being too close to it, almost being taken down. And it does dead by the Grenadier and G42, but it's just a bit too, how do I say, the blobbing around here doesn't work. It won't work. The blob don't work, and the Togglemen do need a few more microing around there, spreading this here and there, looking for more pushing around. And also up to the very north, Ostlegionary is still in fairly open ground and just gonna be far out by the Panzer Grenadier and the rocket plane, thus shutting that down and resulting in the death of both infantry squad. The next fighter plane were just being taken out by the 109 G6 R6 and the 2005 behind it, deciding to strafe the RG-18. More things, not really much gonna be brought in from Slags, but a few more from a Toggleman. He's bringing out the Panzer a bit, and a few more Grenadier NG42 at this moment. Just being a bit more too piecemeal, and seriously, it's pretty much lacking a punch. The Grenadier NG42 with the Fortune Battery Field finally tries to move the front line a bit more, trying to spread out. But there are two squads with 1 man each, and another squad with full strength, almost full strength, and half strength, still waiting at the back. Cup of started watching, went to make a cup of tea, came back, no difference. Yeah, this is one of the slug you wouldn't like to see around here. And that's first Grenadier NG42 that's being taken out. Oh, this is a slogfest, like. Yeah, do really expecting that, as well as both players are being too passive at those sides. And also, nobody tries to take a few more initiative, especially Otago Man in the early game in the north. And also Slag in the mid game to the center. We're being completely shut down by the Tiger E as well. The 81mm mortar were being counter battery, but still not pounded to death yet. With Volscian Panzer Abwehr do cleaning off a few more Panzer Grenadier during the process. And Slack still had a lot of points up to his sleeve, as well as he brings 6 Panzer Grenadier squad into the same position. ME-109G6 R6 does try to come in and it does strafe down the IG-18. And fall back, will it be killed by the 109G6 U4? Yes, it does. (13-11) against Toggle Man, 54 minutes into the game as well. Looking like Slags had a little bit more unit up to his sleeve as well. Don't really know. You never know. How deep it is, how deep the deck it is. It shouldn't be this deep if we're looking for a early game deck, but that's always something to be considered as well. I do try to build a few more late game decks with V for Victory throughout these months, and come to a conclusion that with a different mindset still, I would run out of units around in the 50 or even 60 minute mark comparing to a normal early game income, which can be used until like 70 minutes, but the whole thing, the problem is you gotta bring up and maintain a whole system of how it is working with all the tabs. And yeah, speaking of that, both sides are still holding quite some kind of the system, as I call, and some player would call, pretty well. But after that, how long will it take to collapse the whole system, whether it's being drawn out by drawing those air units, or there's literally no armor from both sides? I think it's already 1 hour, XD. Thank you for reminding me that, Slacks. God damn it. No, I'm just gonna screenshot that one and bringing this back. Yeah, thank you. Freaking no, 1 hour, including deployment, right? Oh god. So a few more stuff. Also, with the Fortune Stocktroop are being brought in from Otago Man. More Panzer Grenadier. That's an excessive amount of Panzer Grenadier that can make or break Slack's movements around. It could penetrate a few more stuff around here. Going a lot more forward, taking down the Panzer Strike, taking down the Grenadier, taking down the Flammen with it without being too much of a, without being completely threatened by the NG-34, because he has the rocket plane. And also the Panzer Grenadier can also take down the anti-air trucks too for that MG34 to be completely dead after an airstrike. Other than that, no, the Panzer Grenadier just gonna hear and say, alright, this company is just gonna stay here guarding this whole flag from being retaken once again. And there's the mortar, there is some sort of an infantry push to piecemeal to make it into effect. But a Starstrup does have enough firepower. Oh, there's one 20mm truck is dead at this moment. Well, the Flammenwerfer decided to put a few more smoke, try to protect himself. But the Panzerschreck does dead afterwards. Comparing to that, yes, Otagoman did have a little bit two more Panzerschreck to spend, but there's no tank to deal with. Well, there are two off-map artillery around here, probably already firing all of its shot. So that's just up to the sheer amount of unit they had in the front line. Slacks does have the opportunity to push more forward. But both sides didn't do so, and the Falsten Starstrup up to the north are firing at the Panzer Grenadier, putting one more flag under its control. But doesn't look like it's going up for long. 59 minutes into this game. And the last Tiger E did redeploy to supporting that push instead of putting a little bit more pressure up around in the center, which there is only one stock for it to be considered, right? Around this time, the Panzer Grenadier being completely fired at by the Tiger E, but there are not much around here, to be honest. No infantry left for a Toggleman, at least for this moment, to taking a good effect of it. Ju-87G1 does come in trying to hit the Tiger E, but did not make that work. With the 88mm flat gun trying to put into effect around. More 88 coming in. At long last, more AA for a Toggleman, but it is a little bit too late to prevent most of his frontline forces to be drawn out. I want to make myself some tea as well. Still looking at it, over an hour right now. And it's a 13-11 against a Toggleman. And Slacks do have some good defensive position out here, and the Tiger were being... Ooh, is that taken out by anything else right there? Probably the mortar. Or the stock 4. But the mortar does take down another STKs at 7.2, making the AA net a lot weaker, with that 88mm also being suppressed by the mortar. And the 122mm, yes, it does kill off the 88, and there is 0 AA to be considered into the center. Surprisingly low, Slack still has a few more pioneers around here and trying to move a lot more forward around, trying to taking those infantry positions down, as there are almost 0 supportive assets right behind that can be directly supporting Atagoman's forces. And the Pioneer are going forward and facing Fortune Battery Field and the Grenadier MG42. With the stock for any 81mm mortar, no 81mm mortar trying to help that, but the 122mm artillery does. By the shells arrived, there are no Grenadier for them to found, and the Toggleman decides to surrender after it knows that there is not much infantry around for him to spend. And that makes an Orchard East game a long and hellish, sluggish game up to this point. 62 minutes and 36 seconds of fighting, 11 and 24 for Atagoman. It's a minor defeat for him. And the team stats, yes, Slacks does have a lot of good kills and good KDs around here, over 1,500 points comparing to Atagoman did. By the kills, you can see Atagoman does have some good kills against some poor transport or infantry and light vehicles for its Pack 40s. And the Tiger E field did looking good for the infantry support job for Atagoman's first Fallschirmjäger. Other than that, the 81mm mortar did a good job at counter batterying, killing 2 more 81mm mortar and also 122mm artillery. During that time, the one LG42 up to the center did kill off 2 Pack 38 and 1 IG18. The Tiger E there's only a Tiger E killing 1 SPW222. There is 1 more Tiger E that did take out 2 Stuck 4 and a couple of infantry. Other than that, not much good trade from Atagoman at this point. Asking for the losses, some Flammenwerfer did take out an excessive amount of infantry. 3 kills, 4 kills, and ME-109, the rocket plane, did take down the ME-410A1. Also 3 infantry squads and an LG-42. Other than that, Panzer Grenadier, tons of kills around here. The JU-87G1 did take out a few more Tiger E. Up to that point, the MG-42 Liaison take out 2 Grenadier squad, 2 SDKs at 7, one of them is even a 37mm half-tracks, and also a Flak 36. Good kill from the MG-42, probably supported by others. Other than that, the 122mm sitting at the back did take out a lot of supportive assets. And that's most of the game around here. That's the first game, making Slacks 1 step ahead than Atagoman in this best of 3, and we'll be seeing the second game fairly soon, I hope. Sure enough. So, another cup of water. Took a small toilet break, and we're being ready to see the second game between Atagoman and Slacks. I don't know if I'm excited for the next one or not, but let's comment around here as well. Let's try to take a look at the decks, shall we? Here we have Atagoman using a balanced 17 SS Grenadier. Comparing to the last game, he had quite a setbacks around here. But still pretty much the same setup, but with more late game insight. Taking a look at the recon deck, we can see a BMW R75 are being used, a card of SPW 231s, in A phase with a base 1 veterancy, and also a card of Claire in the SPW 222 in the B phase are being used. Comparing that, there's still no usage of the SPW 233s. But he got one of the BMW R75 are being used. I wanna know or not. There is some of the radio artillery that gonna be used later on if Atagoman did survive until that. Other than that, in the infantry tab, this is a fairly lacking A-phased infantry with only 18 squads, with 6 of them being Legionary, 6 of them being Volksdeutsche, and 6 of them being the Panzergrenadier and G34. Other than that, it gradually increases as there are more infantry coming up with the Volksdeutsche, the Panzergrenadier 4, in the traction car, another thing that I would suggest so, and the Stern Pioneer in the B phase. Up to the C phase with another buffed income, we can see more SS Legionary and the Panzergrenadier on the move. Overall, not a bad infantry composition in phase C, but the phase B it could be more optimized with the Stern Pioneer or using the regular Pioneer up to A phase, and a few more Panzergrenadier in B phase as well. In the tank tab, again we're seeing only 3 cards of stock 4 are being used. And yeah, exact same composition as Slacks had in the first game. On the supporting tab, less supportive assets are being used with the Chevette MG42 in the traction car. Good call from him, and also the Flammable in the traction car. The MG42 are double vetted, so it will be proved to be having a plus 2% accuracy and plus 115 rounds per minute of rate of fire. Also, there's one card by G18A without any commander are being put. Also with the Opel Blitz munition truck in phase B. On the other hand, if we do put some commander being used, the Bavarian traction could be a good option. Also with the Panzer 3K. Well, if not, he could bring another card of SVR NG42 instead of IG18, but with a slower vehicle in the later phase for more infantry support role. Onto the anti-tank tab. There we're seeing another card of Panzer Shrek. That's not excessive card of Panzer Shrek because 1 is fine. 2 is a little bit more excessive, like the last game, which did little. And on the other hand, there are also Pack 38s and Pack 40 are being used in A phase. Onto the B phase, there is one card of Pack 40 and a card of Yank Panzer 4 in C phase as well. Not a bad composition, though I would like to see a little bit more Yank Panzer 4 into the B phase instead of the Pack 40 because of the survivability against the medium tank. Also, there are no 88mm Krupp gun are being used, expecting there are not much heavy tank for Slacks around here as well. Onto the anti-air tab, we're seeing non-vetted 37mm anti-air gun with a DMA truck, which is putting this deck to kind of a shame around here because there's only one card and you would like to put them enough to kill the plane. So mostly a B phase and 1 vet or A phase and 1 vet combining with the SDKs at 7-1 could be put into good use. Other than that, we have one card of Flak 4188mm in the B phase as well. For the other choices, some of the things that I do expect to see from 17SS is this 7-1 half track that is from time to time proved to be very deadly against both planes and also the soft target when within the range, and are trying to avoid from any HE shells. And this thing will kill most of the target for any players. Onto the artillery tab, there is one Bell being used around here. He talked to me around about these things. He said he would like to maintaining the infantry recon from time to time in all the phases, so he would like to bring them in a phase. Also with a card of 81mm mortar around here as well. Up to the B phase, we're gonna see a 152mm off-map artillery again being used from Atagoman. Also with the support of the 122mm artillery. Up to the C phase, we're seeing another Werfer finally being used from the 17SS with the multi-munition truck, making the cost up to 155, just enough for 1 minute income for balanced. Other options such as the 152mm and 150mm tube artillery aren't going to be used by this situation. Up to the air tab, we're seeing two cards of Ju-87G1 in a phase. Do accept them to do some anti-vehicle movements, while we're seeing a card of Me-109G6 BR-21 rocket plane, BR-21 planes with anti-ground rockets, ground attack rockets with one vet, which being said is gonna be doing a few more fighter bomber aspects around the firing the rockets, and then doing a little bit more anti-air roll afterwards, or straight up being a fighter at all. Other options such as Ju-88 S1s and the cluster AP bomber Ju-88 aren't going to be used here because other options are already taking the spot. And overall, it still do feel like it doesn't have the longevity for the later phases, even though you had the Jagdpanzer 4 for quite a huge armor push if you wanted, but there's not enough armor for this 17SS deck to be used, and thus a little bit weakened offensive right there. I'm expecting another passive play from a Toggleman, but comparing to what Slex had, still debatable. Slex, on the other hand, get himself a taste of the third god Mechanized Corps, which is claimed to be a fairly good deck, a fairly good division to use, but I'd rate him, or I would rate him a little bit lower than some of the main deck that had good option against MSHAs or the Sherman, such as the Jagdpanzer 4. Which, on the other hand, for 17SS would be a quite good matchup. Though still, the excessive amount of MSHA will still prove to be a lot of problem for any player to deal with. Let's take a look at the deck in depth, which is a Vanguard, Third Guard Mechanized Corps. So for the first A phase, we're having a card of Partizani Sniperi, a Latsvetka, and a T-3476 Latsvetka are being used in a phase, which is not really a bad composition of recon force. Also, we're seeing another card, Razvedka, in B as well, using their bazooka to the fullest, I believe, but there aren't many tanks to deal with against 17SS. Other choices like the Doza with a more interesting vehicle, such as the BA-64B, the carrier Razvedka, aren't going to see the battlefield because the other cards are being too good, and just taking the spotlight of it. Valentine 3 is another interesting choice, but nobody would pick it because of the road speed being too low. Into the infantry tab, we're having a card of Otto Comarotti, a card of Partigiani DP, a card of Partisanis, a card of Sapelis, and a card of Tanko de Saniki with the 50 cal M2A1 half tracks are being used. Overall, a fairly heavy composition in A, just like any other Vanguard deck, which really guarantees the infantry fight into his favor in A phase. Other than that, Gvardia DP in B phase, also with a 1-bet Sapeli in the Studebaker truck, looking like a good follow-up for the initial push. Onto the C phase, however, there is only one card Gvardia DP, which is typical, but fairly weak against the Gvardia, which has the AT grenade. But the DP, however, might prove to be useful in the long-range firefight. Overall, not a bad pick, though I would suggest a few more anti-infantry units, such as the Optimum Cheeky, such as some more leaders around here to bolstering the infantry stats. But overall, this is looking like a very solid infantry tab, without any Gvardia to use. But sure, you can still build it like any Gvardia decks. As always, taking out the Partigiani DP, and you just simply use the Gvardia and Gvardia DP. And they can also be fine around here. The price is a point, but the armament and the strength is another weakness to the Partigiani DP. They need to use a number to their advantage. Up to the tank tab, full of Emsha, with 2 cards of 2-vet Emsha and Emsha Comarotti in A. Also with a card of Valentine 9 in phase A as well. Another card that can be used in phase B, which also can be supported with the other card 2-vetted Emsha and at B, and also one more at phase C. Overall, yes, still really A phase heavy. And without the use of Emsha, then the Valentine 9 could prove to be a slightly more interesting choices, as the Valentine's had a 6-pounder to deal with slightly heavier targets such as the Stug 4. Which also comes to a point that Emsha against Stug 4 that could to be very problematic, because Emsha only had 90mm of penetration, and Stug 4, on the other hand, had 100mm frontal armor to deal. That's probably why he decided to bring a few more Valentine to deal with them. But also with some kind of a threat that they're being too slow to the front, and also not enough frontal armor to deal against the Pack 38s or the Stug 4. Up to the support tab now. We're seeing Ognamachiki, typical stuff, and the Partizani MG42s are being brought in that can be only brought in this 5V, which also means they will be sitting slightly back, trying to support the infantry. On the other hand, there is also a card of Omsbon, the commander units here, and the Studebaker munition trucks around here in the B phase. Other options such as a Partizani RM38 50mm mortar can be brought in, but it's probably the best, I would say, composition for the support tab at this moment. Also, do bear in mind that this is a little bit more expensive support tab around here, which can be only bringing up 4 cars around here. Later on, here. Anti-tank tab, we're having a Gvardia Panzerschreck without any PTRs are being used. the disgusting PTRS. No rush for them today. But some Penta Shrek for slacks to use, also with 2 cards at M42 45mm, which had just enough penetration within the range of the APC Arsha. But there's only SU-76 MPT, the Ace one, and also a Zis-2 and Phase B that will come. It's a fairly hard decision around here. He could bring another Zis-2 or Zis-3 as a phase to deal with a Stuck 4 if he knows. You do know that he's gonna be facing against Stuck 4. Why not bring those Zis-2 and SU-85s? Or even Zis-3 in the A phase A? It's a question in my mind around here. Anti-air tab, there are only 2 cards of 37mm, one unvetted in A and one vet in B, both bring out by the Studebaker instead of the Zis-5V Doshka truck. Good option, as we're also having the M17 still sitting in their bases, not being brought out anytime soon. Unless we're seeing another game and another deck with them in their deck. Up to the artillery tab, there are options such as the WLA PM37 82mm light mortar, a card of 120mm mortar in B, and a card of 152mm artillery as well in B phase. Overall good options, and yeah, nothing else that needs to be said instead of the artillery leader can also be brought in as well, as he's only having 4 Opto Comroti and 2 M-Shock Comroti into the front line to bolstering the stats and the veterancy. Air tab, we're only seeing a card of P39 and 0 Cobra and a card of IL-4 in phase B. Not enough Air Force, as the other tab has already eaten up all the activation point they Slacks had. But overall, that could prove to be useful if the IL-4 can stay alive and the P39 and 0 Cobra can shut down a few more fire planes as well. Other suggestion as the P39 rocket planes can be used. The frag rockets are still being fairly powerful right there, and also some lag fighter bomber can be brought in as well. Other than that, there's also the IL-4 with the 500 kilogram HE bomb that could prove to be useful against soft target instead of the 1000 kilogram HE bomb IL-4, which is just only a 5 point cheaper. Both can do their job well. I would pick the 500 over the 1000 because of the price, but that doesn't make too much of a difference because of the veterancy rate and the face rate are being very identically the same. That's all the Slats deck. Very, very aggressive early game deck that it needs to be aggressive to work, but during the last game he wasn't doing fairly well at applying the aggression and the pressure up to the enemy. We'll see how he does in the second game right there. Alrighty, welcome back. And oh shit, the panel, the spoiler, being brought in here as well. So, God, oh, wait a second. Alrighty. Second game coming up. On the right hand side in blue we had a Toggle Man using the 17 SS balance deck. On to the left hand side in red we had Slacks using the third guard mechanized core with a Vanguard income up to the field of scheduling. Scheduling looks like a fairly good map, and I know it's a bit unbalanced as well, but I do like the map, how it's laying out two different focusing for both sides, as well as the target does take a few more initiative of the good trucks, the traction, taking a few more identical and fairly good initial position for him. While Slacks, on the other hand, put a lot of Partizani up to the north. On the south, there is some firefights between Legionaries and Optima Cheekies around here. A really forward MG42 deployment into that church. Up to this point, only waiting for a few more Partizani DP and Partizani coming out to the town and saving the day. Also with the Amsha coming in as well. Other than that, no more initial aggression from both sides. Except for the Atagoman taking down a few more things around in the north. The Pack 38 and Pack 40 combo take down the first Amsha in the site, with the IG-18 almost supporting that as well. At this stage, Atagoman do have some good position around at the high ground in the very north, waiting for the Partizani to move in and facing the firepower of the 231 as well. Flammenwerfer, Volksdeutsche are coming in with the BMW R75 and the Pack 38, trying to make a combo around here, but did not, looking like a good position for the Pack 38 to shoot at any target soon. Other than that, the Stug 4 do almost have the sights on the Amsha, but it's almost firing as well. The BMW R75 on the hill, trying to give it a little bit more giving a little bit more stuff around. And the MG42 started to fire at the Zis-5B, forcing one more Partizani out. But the Stug 4 trying to stopping the Amsha were being taken out by the Valentine from the side. Looking like a good kill, as the MG42 were also being brought down, but it did stop the Partizani from moving anything forward. Atagoman didn't aware of this. Instead, he's still a little bit more tunnel visioning around at the north, trying to bring in the Partizan, trying to drive the Partizani back. But the Amsha comes to support, and the Legionary didn't try for a shot of its Panzerfaust. Instead, the Volksdeutsche were being forced to fall back at this moment. Overall, it's looking like Slacks is gonna be having excessive amount of infantry to deal with the SS Legionary that Atagoman had. And there are little reinforcements coming up for Atagoman, as he still brings up more reinforcement to the north, trying to stabilizing the northern position. But against the stabilizer Amsha on to the top, it's looking a little bit far from doing so. More reinforcements are being brought into the south in the form of a 231 and 2 more Panzer Grenadier NG34, and also 1 more Volksdeutsche out to the southern town, which Slacks had quite of a good gain at. Right now the Flammable try to fire, but it is little to no use against the excessive amount of partisan DPs around here. And making the game 13-11 against the Toggleman at this time. We can see almost the initial deployment in the center, which is fairly being unused at this moment. The Pack 38 and 40 combo did take down the Amsha that does stabilize the northern front. But also there are Tanko Thessaloniki's trying to move into the forest, moving for a final blow into the Volksdeutsche at closer range as well. The northern high ground always seems to be like a good fight and a close fight against most other divisions, and yes, it is a key location in scheduling to hold to overlook both sides reinforcement rounds, and also having a good location to take down one more flag in the compound, and even so moving down the hills as well. Right now, Slacks has kicking a Toggleman out of the high ground, but without too many support element for Slack to hold on. More legionaries are brought into the north, while on the south, the reinforcements of Panzer Grenadier and G34 were being wiped out, with the Stuck 4 and Pack 40 too far back to do anything supportive. The Pack 38 is still in a position that disgusts me at this rate, yes. On the other hand, Slacks does have some initiative with the Vanguard and Cam still push a little bit more forward to take hold of the town. Nothing around comes at the center, with Force apparently slitting at Light Forest doing nothing. While we're having some kind of a firefight between some legionaries, Volksdeutsche and Panzer Grenadier out to the front in the northern side. The 2 N2A1 does fire the 50 cal onto the Panzer Grenadier, and also some legionaries as well. There are also Panzerschreck trying to come into the range to shot at the N2A1, and the Volksdeutsche will try to fire the Panzerfaust against the N2A1. Half-track did take out the firing from Panzerfaust did not fire as well. That's one of the problem in the newer update as well. The Panzerfaust is not ready for the first shot. Instead, it needs to be reloaded after the aiming around this time to actually make the first shot work. Really significantly different from the last few version of the game. Imagining doing a complete reload and re-aiming before you fire your first shot. Sounded like an uncocked gun when you exactly need them in the very needed moment. So that means the M2A1 got up there safely, and the SS Legionaries are gonna take a few caring of the Tanko Thessaloniki. Does take down the first one, but the second one will be a lot of a problem around here as well. The Beretta submachine gun against the submachine gun, and the G43 against a more BPSH 41. That does look like the two vetted Tanko Thessaloniki won the fight, and the Panzerschreck does take down one M2A1 during the time of its flanking movements. As the thing goes, the rocket plane does take down the M2A1 as well, with only the Tanko Thessaloniki and the Opto Comaroti coming around here. While Toggleman does have a slight bit of attention down in the north, Slacks trying a little bit more in the south. He should be concentrating a bit more with the Amsha trying to supporting the infantry to push a little bit more in the town, or keep up the contention in the light forest and the forest in the north. But up to that, a little effort can be made for Slacks, with the Targoman having 2 stuck 4 for locking down. Surprising that he still didn't push his AT gun up to a good position of locking down the reinforcement route. And the stuck 4 for forward assert, just a little bit more asserting the dominance. And the 231 and the R75 and another stuck 4 out to the front line, slightly still back up, is still a bit back to do anything for him. Slacks does try for a few more forward aggression, but he did pull out his MSHA from fired at the from being fired by the Volksdeutsche. And that does mean the MSHA does get a run around there and taking down the Volksdeutsche during the process, with the Partizani trying to draw a few fire from the Panzergrenadier. Other than that, Pack 40 not into position, Stuck 4 not into position, though the Pack 38 around here did try to fire at the MSHA, but it's turned off APCR. They had turned off its APCR at this moment and holding fire. Does not look good for the Pack 38. It does turn on the APCR. He does try to do the cycling, but it doesn't work in the. He try and do some cycling. I don't know, but it doesn't work after the recent update as well. So the Ensha does taken down the Pack 38 quite easily. With the Volksdeutsche reinforcement in mind, but they cannot do too much against it. While the IL-4 dropping bomb on the IG-18, with the Saperi trying to move in across the street in the center. Things are getting a lot more interesting in both the north and the south, while Slacks turns out to be bringing a lot more reinforcement, tons of MSHAs and tons of Valentines around here as well. Belcobella off-map are being brought in at this position, while almost all of the Partizani the Slacks had are being taken out one after one by the infantry that Targoman had. But those MSHAs are still alive and still hitting hard onto the soft targets, everything they had, maybe into close range. Saperis are still moving forward, but forced to stop by because the 222 and 231 that Targoman had. The push for Slack does not prove to be successful, and the Stoke 4 is in a fairly good position at firing at the Partizani and also at the reinforcement routes. There goes the MSHA, is gonna be straight up firing at the Shug and against the R75 as well. The 4 MSHA are just completely stopping at this moment, trying to take down the Stug, but with limited option and also limited penetration, is almost not going to work. But just complete suppression, a little by little, going on here. Other than that, more Volksdeutsche coming in, also with a 152mm off-map dropping in, killing one of the MSHA and also the Partizani. That's going to be a huge effect up to the front line as more Volksdeutsche trying to come in. Not really well, just gonna be dropping out really far away. And that did not looking good for a Targoman to push for any potential gain in terms of battleground, and also in terms of the edge of this town that could prove crucial for both sides. Other than that, Stoke 4 did being suppressed and turning back a little, but he's still firing at the Partisani, and still there are Su-76 and the Valentine trying to take out the Stoke, and it is down. Oh, there's a lot of M-shots around here. There are 4 M-shots, there are 5 Valentines, and even 1 Su-76 crawling out to the front line, and the Toggleman pretty much on a panic, trying to buy a little bit more Stug, and also some Pack 40 should be waiting for the arrival. More Panzerschrecken Volksdeutsche coming in from a Toggleman side, while Slacks trying to bring in 4 Su-76 MPT into the position. We're in phase V right now, and Slacks still does not have very significant gain in terms of map control. But the Pack 40 is gonna fire at the Su-76 MPT and does get a penetration. Without doing too much around here, the Ju-87G1 does take down an MSHA during the process, with AT from Slacks did not doing too much around here. Things are being considered that he's pushing MSHA and Gvada DP around here, and there's a Panzerschreck coming around, waiting, firing the first shot, and does get taken out by this oldie MSHA and the Gvada DP had. But it's done its job at taking down 1 MSHA, and the other will be taken care of from the Stug. There's the second MSHA down. And the infantry force, which only has Gvada DP, just gonna fire the PTRD shot at a live vehicle, the SPW222. Stug 4 take down the third MSHA with it being shot at by once. Shot at once, and the penetration shot. And the side shot from Gvadia's PTRD take down this Stug. Other than that, Stone Pioneer comes into position and pinning down both Gvada DP, making both of them surrendered as well. Good positioning for the Stone Pioneer, but it's gonna be shot at by the Valentine, forcing one of the Stone Pioneer to go back, while the other Stug 4 were pushing out to the hill. Both sides are now a little bit more stabilized in the south, with the 3 Volksdeutsche sitting fairly blobby around here, around the same corner, with 1 more Volksdeutsche being spotted by the Partisani and got sprayed by death from the firing of the Mosin Nagant. While the ME-109 G6 does take out by the Cobra after it tries to shoot the IL-4, but overshoots and did not recover to a good position because of the interruption of the 37mm and the Cobra. Right now we're still seeing fairly passive plays from both sides, down in the south and up to the north, with the Stug 4 being taken out by the excessive amount of Valentines. The second 152mm off-map are just gonna be dropped into the position where the 1 Su-76 MPT and the Gvada DP are at. And it's still a 12-12 with that Flammenwerfer still sitting at the 1 more flag that Toggleman can have. But the Stug 4 firing at the Valentine without too much success, though it did penetrate one of the Valentine during the time being. What he needs is probably some ground anti-tank guns such as the Pack 30As, the Pack 40s to killing off a few things around here. While the Flammenwerfer did fire at the Su-76 MPT, did take out by other Valentines as well, making this a 13-11 going almost into C phase. Right now, fairly decent job at Toggleman for defending against Slacks. at this moment. Slack's not being a very good aggressor around here, just gonna take 1 or 2 flags here and there, and does not go for a larger push. You can see that he's backing off the Valentine as well. Toggleman on a good position at firing the Ju-87G1, killing 1 Valentine, and also the supporting Me-109 G6U4 did, suppressing 137mm during the progress. But the P-39 is gonna take out the Ju-87G1, and the second fighter plane is just gonna be suppressed and forced to fall back. And without falling back, being taken out by the Cobra. The rocket plane comes in trying to finishing off the 37mm, thus successfully finishing that off, and still forced to being fall back from the second 37mm that Slax had in his sleeve. The Cobra trying to finishing that off and almost onto that, and it does fire the 37mm bullet, and it's a triple kill for the Cobra. Really bad luck for a Toggleman. Slax did a really good job at doing some good air micro at this moment with his only Cobra at the moment. Other than that, on the ground, Pack 40 onto the position, also with more Stuck 4 into the ground, and also some more infantry at the north trying, and the artillery off map trying, taking back the position. Most of the Valentine up to the north is being brought out, and also there are more M-Shot and Valentine up to the north. I think both sides are really going to be tunnel visioning a lot into the northern side for quite some time. As well as we're seeing a third off map of 152mm going to be brought in, and also hitting the northern high ground, hitting both sides unit at once. There is 152mm trying to moving forward, making the front line a lot more unstable, and do manage to take a few more grounds, trying to go for some surrendering runs with the artillery units, but that didn't work fairly well for Toggleman, as Slax did try to make his Tanko Desanikis fall back. The Su-76 did try and did take out the Pack 40 in the north, while a small infantry push from the Toggleman were being shut down by Gvadi DPs as well. Don't tell me this is gonna be another long game, man. Can't afford to do so. As we're speaking, Stuck 4 are firing at the Su-76 MPT once more. There's 2 against 1, and couldn't be much of a problem as the Volksdeutsche is still out in the open on the road. And Emsha comes in, trying to hitting the Stuck 4 at this moment, but tons of suppression against that, with MG42 hitting the Volksdeutsche. And he Stuck 4 had quite of a happy moment hunting down more M-Shot at this time. As we're heading into C phase already, 4 minutes into that, we're seeing the first Jagdpanzer 4 being brought out by a Toggleman. And more Pack 40 during the process as well. More Su-76 PT trying to come up forward to fire at the Stuck 4. Does take out one with their APCR shell. Pack 40 quickly closing up the APCR shell and SE shell. And there are still the northern firefight to be considered as well. 2 infantry squad against the Tanko Desaniki, while the second one is trying to move forward with their Molotov cocktail to be thrown. More Volksdeutsche are gonna drop out from far away and moving up to the northern high ground. While the Jagdpanzer 4 and the Stuck 4 did saw the ZIS-2 coming, but it's not gonna be enough to taking that off. The Me-109 G6U4 did fire at the IL-4 overshoots, and there are still more 37mm against them. And the IL-4 did drop the bomb, almost killing off another Jagdpanzer 4. The ZIS-2 for Slacks is gonna do a major job at killing off the Jagdpanzer 4. In this process, making the northern side a lot more weaker for Targoman to hold. But it's still down to the northern firefight around here, as we're seeing Volksdeutsche against 3 Gvardia DP, while another one trying to go for a little bit more forward, and also the Valentine hits. No, it won't be, and there are more things against him as well. Another Stuck 4, I mean it's an old Stuck 4, is there, being killed by the Valentine tanks. Still very stable in the south, while both sides are fairly tunnel visioning into the northern side as well. Limited success for a Toggleman during the process, still throwing in more Pack 40 and Stuck 4 around here. As the Pack 40 is going to close off the APCR and HE shows and just firing their AP shows against the Valentine. The first Valentine goes down, and there's the reloading and aiming at the second Valentine, or not, as it doesn't stay but decided to move a little bit more backward and pinned down by the Valentine. Bad micro from a Toggleman that does resulting in another Pack 40 being killed. Another off map from a Toggleman out to the northern high ground, pairing with a few more Legionary for the push, but it's gonna be a little bit more piecemeal around here. More Jagdpanzer on the other hand, and more Emsche are just gonna straight up facing each other as well. As we're still dragging on to 27-minute mark, as we're seeing Emsche up to the center, a little bit more rare sight around this valley. The Stuck 4 is gonna firing at the Emsche one after one. That's the one penetration that the Stuck 4 needs to force Slack to bring their Emsche back. And the Toggleman did backing off his Stuck 4 for safety issues, I think. The off-map drop and the Gvardia DP were completely pinned down. The Saperi didn't bother even trying to move up to the high ground, and the Legionary and Volksdeutsche are trying to coming back for another time. Another barrage coming in for a Toggleman as well. Looks like a Toggleman did have a few more off-map choices around here as well. I don't know. The one in the south did bring up to the south, did bring up to the north to supporting as well. Good redeployment around here for Toggleman, trying to keep up the pressure as he's being balanced. He can afford to do some of the losses, but not for those Stuck 4. SS Legionary goes for a very close firefight against Gvardia DP, but the Saperi finally comes into support of it, and the amount of it isn't in the Toggleman's favor. The barrage off map does mean that the artillery drop in will be staying around for quite some time, as we're seeing one more losses of the Valentine for Slacks, and also the Partizani Sniperli in the building, in the compound. More infantry are going to be brought in by a Toggleman as Slacks are being bringing in the IL-4, trying to do some bombing run up to the infantry forces. More Valentines are being brought in as well, trying to picking off the Jagdpanzer if they can, but and also the ZIS-2, however. The ZIS-2 are out of APCR shell and have to rely on its 120mm penetration AP shells, which is not the ideal thing to go against the Jagdpanzer IV. What he needs, however, was the Su-76 in close range using the APCR shell to penetrate from the front. Or going for some side move using the MSHA he had. Also, maybe a bit more Valentine around here to go for the middle push. But right now, nobody had a clear hold of the northern high ground at this moment. As we're seeing, both sides are still fairly safe to bring more reinforcement down the route. I would like to see some ZIS-2 or Pack 40 onto that, but nobody would do so. More Panzer Grenadier and DMA trucks are getting into the position. As we're seeing the Jagdpanzer firing at the Valentine at this position. Panzer Grenadiers are just gonna be moving in around here trying to take the compound, but forced to get out early enough. Jagdpanzer IV does take down the Valentine as Su-76 MPT and MSHA coming into the force. Try to firing at the infantry force and also the Jagdpanzer IV. The APCR of Su-76 MPT does have some damage against the Jagdpanzer IV up to the front. And we're almost seeing one kill for the Su-76M. Valentine also come into the place and the Jagdpanzer IV shifting the target up to that, and also there are more ZIS-2 coming in to saving that. Nebelwerfer 42 from a toggle man onto the field, very close, and do take out one MSHA during the process. Good deployment around here as he moves that in immediately after the 6 shots were fired. Interesting choices. Will he do in a little bit more redeployment and also some resupply? We'll see, as we're having more and more Valentine and MSHA coming up to the north still as well. Any Nebelwerfer do redeploy a little bit more, trying to unload in a slightly back position. Hold on a bit. More and more resources are up to the north. Tons of Valentines against some infantry and also Jagdpanzer around here. We got Flak 36, 70, 37mm into the place against the IL-4. Finally, some AA from a toggle man did prevent the bombs from dropping and also straight up killing the IL-4 during the process. As well as another Nebelwerfer 42, while the first one are being resupplied as well. This could be devastating against tank force and also some anti-tank guns and also some anti-air guns as well. Another Ju-87G1s coming in trying to hit the Valentine, but 37mm just gonna trying to trying to prevent that from happening. But there is some shot against the Valentine. It is being a bit shotted and damaged. And the Ju-87G1 trying to evacuate, but not fast enough though. It is fast enough to evacuate, coming in just one piece, and the Cobra trying to chasing that were being taken out by the 37mm. Panzer Grenadier and some Flammenwerfer do have some control onto the northern high ground, but will be taken back by the Sapeli and the Ensha combo. More SS Legionary are coming into panic from a Targoman at this position, while the Jagdpanzer are killing the Ensha, trying of course at least. And I did kill one, but the only infantry forces that a Targoman had around here were being chopped down, while the Nebelwerfers are firing at the Valentine. And the oh, good kills from that. Oh, and the one less shot killing that 45mm. That's why you don't blow up tanks around here. There is one shot that takes down 3 tanks and forcing most of the tank force from Slacks to go back. Another shells are firing from the Nebelwerfer 42 up to the northern high ground, trying to take down the Emscher, and does take down the Emscher, and does take down plenty of infantry up to on the hill. The Gvardia DP and Superior are pitting a little bit too much forward position and gonna be fired at by the Flak 37mm anti-air gun. And the Legionary are just trying to come in to deal the final blow. While the tank force up to the middle were heavily hitted, and there is the Jagdpanzer trying to hit some more around here, hitting the Zis-2 and the Sapeli during this time. Two more IL-4 trying to come in, doing that in force. I'd say probably it's time to bring out some 88mm guns, and that's what Atagomen actually just did. And the first IL-4 didn't drop the bomb, but the second one did, and it's gonna be quite devastating for the SS Legionary. Not really, just right between the two groups of them. And one IL-4 did being taken down, and the other comes back a bit safer. While the Zis-2 trying to fire, still firing at the Jagdpanzer 4, with one of them already being taken down. There are the bodies of the Jagdpanzer 4 and the Stuck 4 around, and how at this time finally the Jeep off-map artillery of 152mm trying to brought in and will kill a lot of Legionary during the process if there's no actual movement from the Legionary out to move towards outside of the barrage. He's still taking down the last Gvardia DP and looking fairly good to kick all of the Soviet infantry out of the position of the northern high ground. Flak 41 finally being brought in, slightly forward position to the high ground, slightly to the center, while all of the Legionaries around here are completely pinned down by the 152mm artillery. But there's nothing to do to counter push. There's only one unit of Gvardia DP and also the Zis-2 being close to that position. Moving forward a bit more, the Jagdpanzer 4 are trying to hit the Zis-2 on the Billboxer might have a sight on some more forces around here. The Valentine trying to move in for another flank attack. Worth this to taking down another Jagdpanzer full good kill for Slacks, and that will be another good kill for him as well, taking down the Jagdpanzer full with the with the tank blob at this moment. But this dude did fire all of its APCR shell, and the Jagdpanzer IV did decide to fall back a little bit more. And, well, it doesn't get out of there alive at this moment, while a Toggleman does bring him back to 12-12 on the Flammenwerfer using in the traction truck to getting another flag at this moment, making a little bit more better position for a Toggleman himself to deal with. But the Amsha and the T-34-76 Rotveka and SU-76 PT are getting in and taking down the Pack 40, while the Flammenwerfers there and the Nebelwerfers trying to take out multiple tanks at one shot. That's the kill, and that's all of the kills. Why you don't blow up those things? It's always there. Especially when they have the Nebelwerfers around there, and also the mortar and the supply truck were being taken out by another Nebelwerfer shot. That does mean the excessive amount of infantry that Atagelman had does get to stay alive for a few more moments, while the Gvada DP is trying to firing within the longer range of around 300 meters. While the SS Legionary do needs to fall in a bit more back and let the Volksdeutsche take the blunt of it, with the Emscher coming in as well. Flag 41 up to the position at around the central high ground, trying to firing at the Ogdemanchiki, and the Zistu did stop traction from moving a lot more forward. Well, there will be a huge infantry fight up to the front, with the SS Legionary winning against the Luftgarde DP, with Volksdeutsche trying to help that out as well. Another 152mm artillery are gonna be bringing in by Slacks, also with a few more Gvada DP at this moment. IL-4 trying to come in for another bombing run, but will be stopped by the Flak 41 and the Flak 36 37mm, and well, that does not guarantee another survival run for the IL-4, and that will be taken out by the Flak 36. The Flak 41, however, can fire at the at the crossroads. Shadow Overlord 777, hello there, and thank you for the following. And that's a good position for the 88mm to fire at it, but well, there is not a good time because there are more than 3 or 4 MSHA around here trying to fire at it. And that does suppress the Flak 36 and kill that out. The Granatwerfer 81mm mortar do firing at the 37mm anti-aircraft gun, which just took down the last JU-A7G of Atagelmans, which was some kind of a fairly good decision for Atagelman around here, as Slack still putting a lot of resources and the Gvada DPs he had and Valentine's and MSHA up to the northern side. They have been tunnel. Oh, are there botting? Am I botting? No, not really. Why? Why would you say about that? Okay, forget about this and keep on the casting. So, with that being said, tons of 20 views, nobody in chat. It's quite an interesting stuff. Not really, but you know, No offense. But the Nebelwerfer doing another good job on taking down the anti-aircraft gun around. For slacks, then yes, there's not much for slacks around this area except for some 82mm mortars, some MSHA, some Valentines around here trying to stop the excessive amount of infantry push, and also some more 122mm artillery moving forward for some anti-tank duty and a little bit more artillery stuff. There is the push we're going to be seeing around here. The infantry push from Atagomen, looking very devastating, though there is some MSHA and Su-76 MPT trying to stop Atagomen's push by taking down the Jagdpanzer IV first. Will that succeed at all? There's Pack 40 at the back of the Jagdpanzer trying to do some support, and there are also a 122mm trying to kill that off. And yes, most of the problems are coming from the Jagdpanzer IV and the 122mm. That's going to be devastating. Oh, armor crack for the Jagdpanzer IV. But the Pack 40 won't say anything about this. Won't say nothing about this, and it does firing at the Valentine and scaring off an Su-76 PT. No, not really botting, but just nobody just gonna try and talk about it right now at that time, as both sides are still very tunnel visioned into this northern high ground a bit, for probably 20 or even 30 minutes around, while Atagomen finally makes some breakthrough with the excessive force around, using all of its income into the sea face. And did quite of a good job with his Nebelwerfer, trying to use a little bit more around here and there, bombing up a lot of tanks. We're gonna see some fairly tasty kill list around here as well. The Pack 40 again had a really good chances of firing at this crossroads and shooting a few more HE shells around here against the 37mm. Does take that down. And the central push is a huge success, with the Stone Pioneer coming in and taking out the infantry around in the forest, which taking one more flag for Atagomen, bringing that into a 1311. Yeah, not really playing a game, but just casting around here for, well, fun. Casting for fun, of course. Just trying to looking at two kind of a decent player who tried their hands into the Greenhorn Cup. And there is more Panzer Grenadier coming in, more Legionaries coming in, as the Volksdeutsche and the SDKZ-7 trying to fire at the Gvardia DP. With that in mind, though, there's an IL-4 coming in, but there is not much. The 37mm are not really covering that area, as the IL-4 is gonna bombing around, but no, calls that off, calls it a day after it seems not much of an force around here. Also, there is a Flak 41 trying to stop it from dropping the bomb. SS Legionary firing against the Gvardia DP, not much to be said. The two SS Legionary are onto a run order, using Hunt onto the Volksdeutsche. And the Panzer Grenadier do have a right order on it. Just a little bit more microactive around in the center, and the Atagomen would be noticing that, and there it goes. The ME-109G6U for goes for a few more strafing rounds onto the Partizani MG42, killing one off immediately, and there is the Cobra trying to killing trying to stop the 109 G6U4. But there are two 109s. And 2 against 1 is never a good idea, especially when the enemy AA is still active at this moment. And the Cobra's coming down too. More SS Legionary coming in around, and more Panzer Grenadier using the central route to reinforce to the center without being shot at by the Valentine or anything else around here. More the Stock 4 on the other hand do try a little bit more redeployment from the ground from around the bridge, goes towards the north. More Amsha coming into the south as well. Don't know where he's going against around, probably to the center to actually trying to cut off the reinforcement route. But there's also Pack 40 and Pack 38 trying waiting for those. Good deployments around here. Atagoman did try for a good comeback finally at this moment with more and more infantry at the north and the center. But it's still not decided who will actually gain the control of the center, because the Panzer Grenadier and Gvarda DP doesn't look like the Panzer Grenadier on the open would have a good chance against the Gvarda DP unless the Stern Pioneer comes forward finally. Thanks for the explanation, Tainted Collision. I did a few more around. There is one 109 G6U4 that's driving down the Gvardia, but pinned down, but there's no surrendering act from the Panzer Grenadier 120 meters away. Stern Pioneer, on the other hand, finally coming in to take out the Gvardia DP within the close range, firing those MP40s and the flamethrowers, while the Panzer Grenadier can concentrate on the Ognomachiki at the moment, and thus cleaning out the forest. With the Gvardia DP coming to piecemeal to stop the Panzer Grenadier MG34 from moving in. More Gvardia, more Saperi try to come in to seize the position. But we'll be facing against something else around here, while the 82mm mortar fire at the Panzer Grenadier. But is gonna be strafed at by the 109 G6U4. That's a good kill actually. I don't really see this from happening, but there's the Off-Claire having a good scouting around that actually sees the mortar firing, and the strafing run can do exactly what he needs to do. Good scouting from a toggle man around here, as we're seeing the Gvardia DP against the Panzer Grenadier and G34 were being brought down. Don't drag him out of the game. Okay, no, not really. I'm still enjoying taking a few look at the cast, and yeah, not much to be say when there's fairly passive. Yeah, I mean, during the previous game, both sides are fairly passive at this moment, but right now, Atagoman does have the initiative, and the Stern Pioneer does fire some of the Flammenwerfer shots at the Amsha. Oh, and that did kill the Amsha with the HE damage it had. Being too close of it, it's not really a good idea. And the Nebelwerfer fires another round, and do take down the Zen R37mm, the AA gun, and almost killing off. Oh no, it does kill off the 82mm mortar on the motorbike. Right now, the Gvardia DP are trying again for the Gvardia, as there's Flak 41 right there for Tagomet. Really questionable choice of doing a attack to position. I don't really know what that defense beacon means. But it does look interesting as well. Another IL-4 coming into the north, even though he's knowing that there will be 337mm trying to fire at it. Still try to go for the bombing run before, but already goes down before the bombs are even dropped. Okay, so right now, good game around here and there, and Slacks do take back the flag on the high ground, on the central high ground back, making it 13-11, with the crossroad being taken by a Toggle Man. More defense being kind of put around here and there, really questionable stuff. Probably the Toggle Man was trying to, how do I say? Trying to tell us that there are something that needs to be improved or something else. We'll be talking about that later, if a Toggle Man is here any second soon. Oh, the chat is a mess. The chat is a mess. So, yes. Further forward, the Gvardia DP supporting the Ensure combo is doing quite well against the Panzer Grenadier without any anti-tank equipment around here. The Pack 40 is still waiting for the Ensure to come. And the fighter is doing a good job at strafing down a few more infantry around here. "56 minutes into the game, we're seeing some good push from a Toggle Man and some good counter attack from Slacks. But right now, against the excessive amount of infantry, what he needs is another probably some good artillery. Right now, he's bringing out the 120mm mortar, trying to bomb out some more stuff, and the Gvardia DP moving into taking back the flag at the crossroad. While there are not much for at the south at this moment, but the tank that Slacks had were being taken out by the probably taken out by the Panzerfaust from the Legionary, but it does moving a little bit more forward, getting a bit too aggressive and taken out by the Gvardia DP. Some good and supported chap out there, chat. Appreciate that. With a 120mm mortar trying to fire at the Panzer Grenadier and Panzer Grenadier NG34. But not much can be said around here, as the 122mm artillery trying to firing at the 37mm 8A gun around here. How does that happen, seriously? The Off Claire is having a fairly good sights onto that, but not so far, isn't it? Round 2 still going. Sounds like your grandma. Sorry about that. You know he plays too passive, but for the love of God, a Toggle, push. Resident sleeper. Yikes. Alright. Alrighty. So on the other hand, the artillery games are still going on. Not much of a push around here, except for Toggleman trying to keep a little bit more forward with 2 more Panzer Grenadiers. They are completely running out of stuff. But the Panzer IV and Stuff 4 are just going to sit back there chilling around, with the infantry and the Air Force doing most of the job, as the artillery is going to support it as well. A Toggle could just keep moving forward and win. Ew, into that stage, yeah, there is something that needs to be considered. Maybe not. But you do need to have a sense of feeling that you already gain a good amount of KD and a good amount of stack of kills. As a balance, you really think about against the Vanguard. And surviving the early game is most of the things, and take good care of what you've done in the KD chart, and things will go your way in the later game, especially when you're talking about like a 50-minute game or whatsoever. And already at that stage, the Vanguard could have run out of most of the units, and the whole defensive and also aggressive system is already being drawn out around the stage. Does the Toggle know about the fact that the 17SS ME109 had broken gun stats? The 30mm gun you were saying? I don't really understand, but well, I wouldn't understand until this moment. With the Panzer Grenadier and with the Guardia DP were being strafed down very soon, and the Saperi on the northern high ground we're seeing like a couple of minutes earlier were being strafed down to death from like 5 men to 0 or 4 men to 0. Because he looks like he knows about it, he's probably just using the he's probably just using fighters for more strafing room because he's running out of the rocket planes. I mean running out of the rocket launchers from the ME-109, the BR-21 thing, because of the enemy AA and the Cobra, and also running out of JU-87Gs. So that's why he's gonna be doing strafing only on his that's the only plane left on his deck. We're still seeing 88mm trying to fire at the Guardia DP, and also maybe a little bit look at locking down the MSHA at distance. It could happen, and it is happening. Trying to reloading the AP shells and against those MSHA while being fired at by the 120mm mortars. Please use Jag as stuck forward. Praise the Lord. +1, praise the Lord. Yeah. Please look the Jagd Panzer and the stuck forward. But he still is a micro in around there, putting the Nebelwerfer a little bit more forward. But it literally just forgot about a Jagd Panzer 4 and stuck 4 still sitting in the back behind. There's probably his own armor units around here and doesn't want to risk that at all. But being fear of risking your unit is not a good, appropriate stuff to do at the front line. Especially, you know, you still have an excessive amount of infantry and fairly good trading around the northern front, even. This is going crazy, isn't it? Gosh. Alright, just a few more minutes, like 18, or yeah. Just like a few more minutes, 18. Maybe even if a Toggle Man does try and going for a 2-tick, you know, who knows, whatever. It's okay, Kuba MG got this. Right there, pinning down the Guardia DP. God. The very limited vehicle that the Toggle Man has around the Bail Kubel and Kubel MG trying to push a little bit more forward. With the ME-109 G6U4 trying to do more strafing run around here. Broken gun stats, 60% accuracy, 600-meter range, 652 rounds per minute rate of fire. Alright. That's a really good 30mm gun that would delete most of the infantry and sub targets around here. And still the 81mm is still pounding infantry, with the MSHA taking down the Kubel MG. Oh jeez. Yeah. Also, the Nebelwerfer with 4 shells left and also 6 shells left, trying to move a little bit more forward. I would like to see what they're gonna be firing at next. 81mm mortar still firing at multiple targets. No, just concentrating at that Guardia DP and MSHA. And Panzerschreck and Aufklär up to the field. I would wonder that a Toggle Man has run out of his infantry as well. Finally pushing the Stoke 4 and Jagdpanzer 4 a little bit more forward. And it's a 14-10 currently. With the ME-109 G6U4 trying to strafe down the Partisan MG42. Does take down 3 men, but he do need to get out of here as soon as possible. Xenar 37mm is still firing at the 109. And with 1-star veterans, there is a chance, I'd say, taking down a 109 as well. No Panzerfaust at this moment. The 120mm mortar do pin down the only Panzer Grenadier up to that crossroad. The Panzer Shrek onto its way to coming in to try and take down the Emscher. The Beobachter, whoa, very close position. The Emscher did not know anything about this. Very close range spotting around here with the while the Gvardia DP were completely pounded by the 81mm mortar. And that even kills another Gvardia DP at low strength. I would say Atagoman had a fairly good defensive line, and do think that he is kind of good, but not really good at offensive at all. Sure, there are some smoke shells are being dropped around here against those 37mm and NG42s throughout the game. Yes, he did hold his ground well. 120mm mortar coming in around at the south, trying to few more shots at the Pack 40 and Pack 38. While the Partizani is gonna go for another move out to the position where Slacks can gain another flag to make it bringing back to 12-12 at this moment. More Razvedka are bringing in at this moment. Did not affect the front line, but they do try and think about other things as well. Gvad DP spotted the Panzer Shrek and is gonna kill him off fairly soon. The Panzer Grenadier did not follow and trying to take out the Gvad DP during the process. Mine gets spotted at 2k all the time. Axe. Yeah, really. What is going on with those Beobachter Emscher? I do not understand around this. And the spotting update at this rate is still, I mean, fairly good for infantry recon, but it's still pretty much risky because infantry, other enemy infantry, which has a lot of capability of taking down both Beobachter, which is right there. Nebelwerfer trying to fire a few more shots right now, right here. Thus, trying to fire at the 120mm mortar. A few more stuck forward. That's actually 2 stuck forward at this moment. At the front line, while Jagdpanzer 4 are being redeployed to the south. Ooh, really, really interesting route, as he does see the Partizani DP moving forward around here. A little infantry pushed around here at this moment, with the ME-109 G6U4 strafing down the 37mm from the front. Nebelwerfer did not kill off the 120mm, did not kill any of the crew, but just simply pinned that down. Stock 4 and Flak 41 firing at the Emscher. I think Atagoman really needs to push for a double tick to ease up his ass around, ease up our ass at the same time around with this bit. But the Gvardia DP that just killed the Panzer Shrek were finally killed off by the Panzer Grenadier in the heavy forest. But the Beobachter finally got spotted by the Razvedka and finally getting killed by the Emscher at this moment until now, and the Panzer Grenadier right now is the only one which is holding the flag. But more reinforcements comes in to the north to further secure his position down to the crossroad. While the little infantry push for Slacks did not go well, as the 109 that strafed down the Partizani DP, some Volksdeutsche trying to stopping the push do face some 120mm HE shells, but overall the infantry push did not make much of a progress. And the Partizani were taken down, and the 120mm are going to be pinned down at the same time. One Panzer Grenadier Führer to the front line, as well as the Partizani being taken out by the Panzer Grenadier as well. Oh god. 79 minutes, maybe more, maybe a bit more because because the Togglemen don't have the. I think you do have the amount of stuff to push for a double tick, but those Sherman Pioneer and Panzer Grenadier are just gonna stay there and do not much around here. A Toggle running a lot of recon. Sure, it is from the decks we can see that he do have recon from all the 4 O, A and B and C phases. And he do like some recon plays that all around. As we're stepping into 17-minute mark, Partizani MG42 Razveka are being shut down by the Flak 41 and the SPW222s. But sticking with the 13-11 mark. Man, grueling again for all of us. Move forward a bit on 122mm. No. And Slacks finally surrenders, seeing no hope of bringing a comeback around, letting a Toggleman winning this game after 17 minutes and 40 seconds of fighting. Again 11 and 24. But this time it's a Toggleman who takes the second game with a 7,105 kills against Slacks 5,795. Boy, it could have been much shorter for both sides. Thank you, Slacks. Gosh. Alrighty. Take a look at the kills. The Amsha. Lots of kills for that. 231 kills, pack 38 kills. Not much of a problem. Partizan did a lot of job in the south, taking one more flag for Slacks. That's what he need. But Slacks didn't push for another flag into the southern town would be quite of a mistake from him, as he's bringing a lot of, as he still had a lot of infantry in the front line at the southern town. The Owl-4 on the early game did take down 5 soft target before it dropped by 3 37mm AA gun, and a few more kills. Like the stuck kills were crucial, the Jagdpanzer kills are very crucial. There's the Cobra taking down 4 planes actually. This is the one that actually take 3 kills within one sortie and taking down another one as well and another sortie. 90 minutes pull on length on final games. 90 minutes. Maybe not. Valentine did take down. Oh, that's a good kill list with 2 Stug and a Jagdpanzer kill. Partizani NG42 took down a few more kills. Is this 52? Is that not? Valentine take down 4 targets. 3 of them are soft targets. Other than that, there are the kills, and it didn't stacking up in the early game, as he's still lacking the pressure to a Toggleman. With the most of this reinforcements, a lot of armor, a lot of infantry, but did not materialize that into a victory of Slacks. Speaking of the losses, there's Pack 40 that took down tons of units. There's a 231 who took down 3 Partizanis. And then 3 kills, 4 kills here and there. The ME-109 G6 BR-21, the light rocket, did not looking like the best asset, but it did take out M2A1 and the IL-4. Other than that, the field battery of 152mm, that's the one in the south, taking down some of the units, and also one MSHA. Ju-87G1 did bring the worth back. It stuck forward to take down 2 of the MSHAs. Another field battery, that's the one of the north. That's the one originally on the north, take down a few tanks. I suggest that the field artillery a little bit more earlier one that was down in the south, take a few more shot at the north and take out a few more infantry. Probably going to switch to balanced after this. They are really suited for balanced play, maybe not. And the Nebelwerfer, my goodness me, the Nebelwerfer. How many did they kill? Emsha, 76M, Emsha Comorotti, 2 T34, a Valentine, and quite some soft targets as well. The other one, which take out 3 or 5 tanks at one volley. That's the 3 Valentine, 1 Su-76M, and quite some soft targets as well. They are the savior of a Targon man against the armor push, but the armor blob, my goodness me, wasn't going to work well. The Egg Panther 4 take down 2 more Emsha, looking good, while the ME-109 G6U4, the last 2 of them, did strafe down a lot of things during the process. Other than that, good kills here and there. Finally, there's the one push that actually did the work. And that's all for game 2, I believe. And we need to come in up to game 3 really fast because I don't have much time left. Let's skip it. Let's start there. Take a look at the chat. Yes. Yes. Yes, around that. Poll length. I don't know how to make a poll. I do need to think about how to make a poll here. Oh god. I need a few more water and we'll be back within a few more minutes. Alright, I'm back. Learning to be effectively aggressive is IMO the most difficult thing to learn. That is one of the most difficult things to learn. One of them, and for me, is to be effectively defensive as well. Because I often forgot to bring out those AAs and artillery just in time to making my push a little bit more effective, and also to staging up for a counterattack that is going to work. Right there. Oh, welcome, Toasty, to this long and grueling rounds. right there. Well, it is made more difficult because players aren't on the clock when it ends up being at 12:12. Well, that will end up in a. I believe that will end up in the. Well, how do I say it? It will end up being complete deplete of all of the assets one of them had, and finally going for the push. I don't know, later on. But here we come to the third game, and it will be. I don't know. I seriously don't know if that will be short or long. I seriously don't want to know if that will be short or long. I will just take a look at the replay. No, I just not gonna look at the time. No. It's very easy for new players to end in 12 situations as well as because they just sit on the 50 line. That's it. That's about it, Frog Lore. Truth are being told here. And we are gonna take a look at the deck for game 3, shall we? Here we have a Toggleman, again unbalanced with 20th Panther. Looking fairly decent looking into the round 3. Both players are pretty much effectively burned out at this moment. Take a look at the recon tab. We have one card BM up the BMW R75, just like what he did with the 17SS, and also an Off-Clear Panther 3M as A phase with double vetting. While there's also a card of Off-Clear in B phase. I also just other stuff, but the Off-Clear and Kubal MG is still a good combo to use. But the BMW R75 is still, again, questionable choices. Up to the infantry tab, we have Stosstube, we have Osttupen, we have Pioneer SVT at a phase that, again, is not really enough infantry. But a good balanced deck would still negate that with some infantry, with some tank and support tab around there in the front line. But basically not enough for normal competitive 1v1 game as well. On the other hand, in phase B, we having Panther Grenadier DP and also the Stone Pioneer in the half track. Weird choices again, and honestly, not much Panther Grenadier and Panther Grenadier Panther Faust are being brought up to it. Also, with the Panther Grenadier in C phase with the KZ-70 truck. Greenhorn's investing way more into recon than anyone needs to, especially in this that need most activation points. Oh dear, I do not agree with that infantry tab at all. Exactly what I wanted to say. One more card in A, especially the Panzer Grenadier, is gonna be doing a lot more than one more card at recon, especially the BMW R75. And that's the whole point. At the Stone Pioneer and the Stosstube are weird choices, I'd say, around, to be honest. The Stone Pioneer in B phase in the half track. Wouldn't say so, but there is some possibility that they need to get into close range against infantry fire. The tank supports have better make up for that god-awful infantry lineup. We'll see afterwards. So, there is the tank tab, and I would say though, the 20th Panzer can be better using the Ersatztruppen and also some more Panzer Grenadiers, I'd say, to bolster a little bit more instead of Osttupe and Stosstube, to be honest. Up to the 10 tab. No P3s are being brought out, but one card P4Gs and a card of double vetted T3442 onto the field, also with the Boiter Starling in phase A. I think it's failing. I think it's pretty much failing in phase A, but we'll see, because Flags is pretty much going passive this time also. After that, there are also one vetted P4 Edge and the aced Hearth P4 Edge coming in, also 1-tap in phase C. That would be an okay 10-tap if he had infantry, but it does not. Well, a lot of things are going for recon, of course. And yeah, I would say bring out the Panzer IIIs if you're pretty guaranteeing there's some light armored vehicles against you're going to go against. Overall, this is looking pretty promising, expecting the two vetted T-34-42. But who knows? That might be the surprise factor. P3 are a necessity, but they're good. I'd say so, yes. Up to the support tab. Flammenwerfer, 1 vetted Panzer IV F1, a card of MG42 in A. No IG, no commander around the support tab. P4 F1 would do some job, but 1 vetted, does that really need to be? I will leave it to the chat, as we're seeing a card MG42 in the Schwimmwagen and in the Upper Blitz munition truck in B. Not a bad thing, as we're also seeing a C-phased Panzer III coming in. Looks really random. Yeah, looks really random. I do ask the Otago man afterward about the whole of the game, because I just randomly bumped into the game chat while they're playing the Greenhorn Cup stuff, playing around, and he says that the P3Ns are for some kind of a HE damage stuff. I don't really say so, but this is Greenhorn for a reason. No, if nobody points anything out, there will forever be Greenhorns. That's why we need to be around that. But sure, P3N, double vetted, P4F1, 1 vetted, somebody wouldn't say so. And there is a reason why, because you don't really need the accuracy, you don't really need the rate of fire of these things, and just completely up to the amount of it, and dealing some HE damage with your short 75mm guns, and that would be proving crucial into the anti-infantry fights or anti-static weapon fight around. No, points are good. It was like it was expected. Sure. Overall, things could be looking a lot more interesting if you put a few more commander around here, but as we're seeing, there are no infantry leader, no tank leader around there, so commander, they're not really needed. Don't say me you pick an artillery leader. Thank you, you didn't pick another artillery leader to waste that. Okay, so completely without leaders. Yeah, deck needs to be made with the game plan. Looking at this, I have no idea what the plan is supposed to be. None of the units are coming in any kind of decent composition in every phase. Oof. Truth are being told here. Truth are being told here. Let's take a look at the anti-tank tab. We're having Panzervernichtungsarmee in A. Looking good, having 6 G43s and a Panzerschreck. Though recently infantry anti-tank was a little bit weird with the initial reloading stuff around here. Also with the Marder 1 and the Pak 40 in A phase. No light anti-tank in A phase in the form of the 45mm, and no ZIS-3 guns to be used in this anti-tank tab. Also, we are having another card of Pak 40 in B. No 88mm, however. Looking like it's not expecting any heavy armor around here against slacks, which the deck will be seeing later. Other than that, I would say something about the Marder 1, which is a 2-vet Marder 1 and B phase that would be looking extremely good if you're looking for something against medium armor as well. Other than that, the 88mm is what you would expect to be a big gun against any heavy tanks like the IS-2s, the Koenigsegg if they're meeting anything, and also the Jumbos. But probably none of them are going to be phased around here, so it's fine to leave out. It doesn't pay off once it's spotted. I would agree also. Out to the anti-air attack, we are seeing Gepard in phase A, a Flak 43 card in phase B, and also a Flak 41 88mm card in phase C. Oh god, this looks so... Oh no, it disgusts me. A Flak 41 88mm card in phase C. Modern 1's a good choice, yes, it's a good choice. Gepard in A, okay. Though I would say bring out the Flak 43, please. In A phase. And also the B phase Flak 43 can be coming up with one vet if he need it. And also the half shrag is another questionable choice here if he really needs to redeploy that around here. Move the 88mm into either A and B and it'd be good. Absolutely. Absolutely. For myself, I would like saying putting the 88mm in A just in case. Just putting one just needed to be around here, going to just suppressing them out. Scare all the planes out in A phase, so one of them will be enough. Gepards are fine if combined with commanders, but they need to be massed together. Sure it is, and the Gepard with some grouping can be decent, but there are no leaders can be seen in any of the tabs. So I will leave that out and say bring in the 37mm would be a better choice for this deck. And also there are SDKs that 7-1 out to be choose, but there are not to be seen in this deck as well. Moving up to the artillery tab, we are seeing Beilbachtas again, hello, around there, in A phase. And the STKs at 251/2 81mm mortar here in A phase as well. Looking like to be the early fast support. I know. I do forget there is a battery field in B phase. Alright. If they do want to stay back and give a little bit more aura to the anti-air, that would be good, but I don't really think so about this. Also, with that very, very good working at the Nebelwerfer 42, it's actually a no-brainer for a Targoman to think about the option of a Werflamen 40 into B phase as well. Other than that, there's also another B phase card in terms of a 220mm off map. That's the only off map that 20 Panther got, and it's gonna be fairly crucial to the mid game. This looks okay. Sure, it looks exactly good. Conventional choices of the Schwerfeld Howitzer 18, 150mm, and the Hummel are not being chosen around with that reason. Though we do see some Chinese players around, probably would take some tube artillery, and also some new players around, who were already experienced with team game will also do so. Up to the air tap, we're seeing a card of a Ju-87D5 with a cluster bomb, and also a Me-109 G2R1 with one 250kg bomb are being used in A phase. We're also seeing a card of phase B double-vetted Me-109 G2 coming up around here. Doesn't look too bad at all, let's say. Doesn't look too bad as a 20th Panzer air deck, air tab. And it's probably to leave it be. Overall, there are many assets that are questionable. Leaving the bottom 4 tabs, the upper 4 tabs are somehow weird, especially with the recon choices and the infantry choices, and to some extent the support tab. So that is one of the things that needs to be care of when actually a Targoman really try and use this deck. And also there are not much stuff around here in phase C, as we're seeing Panzer Grenadier, P4 Edge, and P3 Ends are there. Coming around in phase B, there's also 2 cards of infantry and some more Panzer IV, but it's not really gonna be dragging out to a very long game. Because when it comes to the very long game, this deck won't have the longevity to live on around there. Not good, especially considering the AA tab. Otherwise, it's fine. Yeah. So, take a look at this, take a look at that. We're done with the Toggleman stack, and we'll be seeing Slack stack really soon. Also, to add to more extent, a Toggleman only picks up around the 49 AP point choices around here. Up to that, Slack in the other hand, and it's balanced. I guess he's trying to use the cheapest units early on, but with that A-face lineup, you ain't surviving until C when you're getting many units either. Yes, that's one of the biggest concern, especially taking a few look at the infantry deck, taking a look at the infantry tab and the tank tab. Doesn't look like it's dragging out to a long game as a balance too. All right, onto that. Slacks. There's your deck. A 44 guard Slakovi with also a balanced income. You were right, Stanton Warrior. You were right about this. Both guys are going for a balanced deck, and look at the amount of infantry that it's gonna be having around here. This is gonna be. I'm expecting another long game this time, mate. So. Take a look at the recon. There are only 2 cards of Sniper, no Ledvedka around for 44, so Sniper would be the only good choices around here, with the WLA and the M3A1 Ledvedka for the B phase Sniper afterward. This looks pretty decent actually, I would say so. And actually looking at the infantry tab, we're seeing a little bit not enough amount, but still enough for a balanced deck with 1 card a Gvardia ADP, and a good Saperi. Also with a Opto Commodity to boost up the veterancy status. Onto the B phase, we're having an excessive amount of infantry in turn in the form of Gvardia, the Gvardia, and the Tanko Thessaloniki in 1 vet, and also a Gvardia DP and Saperi in one vet. God, too many in B. Too many in B. That's all I have to say. And there is only 1 card of Gvardia DP at all. Saying that could be work with 1 more card that from B dragging into C, and probably I don't know, the other option is to drag it in A to give a little bit more boost to survive in A. But overall, those are not too bad of choices to be made around. And I'm pretty excited to see the Saperis and Gvardias doing all they can. Take a look at the tanks. Not the worst things to load everything into B, to be honest. Okay. Take a look at the tank tab. We're seeing T-34, 76, 1942 in A. 50 in B is slightly too many. The availability jump from B to C isn't too big to be game deciding. Okay. That's one of the points. It's one of the good points. Considering there is, I don't know, maybe we're dragging 1 more to C to actually dragging the 20th Panzer out into infantry fight. That would be pretty crucial. If the 44 can deal with all the tanks that 20th Panzer had. And also welcome around here, King Badger Jelly. God, take a look at the tank tab. T-34 76 and T-34 85s, 1943 ones. in A phase without any veterancy. And also up to phase B, we are having the 3485 Comarotti and another card of one vetted T3485 in B, and another card of T3485 in C. Hooray! More 85s to play with. Hey ho, how's it going, Proto Soccer? How it's going on? Very well. Very well. I'm lying here because the first two games were freaking draggers. Uh, I mean, those were slogfests. Both games lived long enough to actually board everyone else than me, mostly. And we're right now taking a look at game 3, where both sides are trying to using balanced decks as well into the very decider. And that's not a bad tank tab as well, I would say. Nothing else to be saying around here. If they do have something else to deal with the Boiter styling that 20th Panzer has, Lax might have a little bit more opportunity. While the 20th Panzer had a lot of pack 40s to be considering. 15 minute. It was reference. It was in reference to the to the T between B and C. Yeah. Okay, support tab. We're seeing a quite usual stuff without the SU-152 being used too much around here in phase B. One card of it. Other than that, in phase A, we're seeing Ultimate Cheeky RB-25s in combat around here. While in phase B, we have Studebaker Snap, the munition truck, and the SU-152 in phase B. Looking not so bad at the moment because that's all you can get. And these emojis are freaky. I don't know. I might have to load a few more emojis once we get more followers around here. I should bring a few more follower goals down my stream, but I won't be doing anytime soon. So, the support tab. Maybe a few more SU-152. I don't know. But overall it looks fine without any MG. To my eyes. Anti-tank tab here. There is a little bit more. Only one card M42 45mm. That means you gotta rely on those T3485s early on to be dealing with the P4s and the T34s reliably. That would be freaking scary, because the P4 you're gonna face are most of the time double vetted. Out to phase B, we're seeing SU-76 MPT and also the ZIS-3 76.2mm guns as well in phase B. No PTRS-41, no PTRS Rush for them. It proves to be a little bit more micro-intensive for the new players, I would say. Other than that, it doesn't look like a very bad anti-tank tab without, I don't know, just a little bit more lacking in phase A. To be reliably dealing with the P4s and the T34s. So take a look at the anti-air. We're seeing a little bit more of 37mm and 85mm in both phase A and phase B without any of the veterancy. Looking fine, and looking fairly good as a anti-tank and anti-air focusing around. And do be aware of the Ju-87D5s. Those cluster bombers coming in unexpected in the early game. The artillery tab, however, we are seeing 122mm being brought in also still in the phase again. Other than that, we're seeing an 82mm mortar in A phase, a artillery leader card in B phase, and also 152mm off map in B phase as well. I do love to see some new decks around here and there. A lot of stuff in B phase. You'll never spend them all unless you're dragging out into a long game afterwards. The other options, such as the Su-76Ms, are looking fine. And not the main issue around here, as he's being fairly focusing on the infantry and tank tab as well. The air tab was consist of one Carter Yak-1B fighter bombers, a Carter IL-2Ms, anti-tank rockets, and the same thing in sea phase. Not much of an option around here, but those do prove to be very dangerous against enemy tanks. Overall, this does look like a more balanced deck. No puns around here, but sure, it looks more excited and also a bit more capability against most of the opponents, but still 44 isn't really a good stuff to use. Just average throughout all things. So you're gonna need to play your cards well, whether it's gonna be infantry focused, whether it's gonna be tank armor vehicle focused, and we'll be seeing on the battlefield. After I go for a toilet break, of course. My God. Alrighty, I'm back around here. No, no. When the groups are going fish show. Yeah, of course. I'm also waiting it too. I'm waiting for myself. Having a worst position and worst grouping after the last disaster. But we'll see afterwards, of course. Right now we're waiting for both players to actually deploy their forces while we're having a good stuff out there. So I've turned on the game and let's see how it is going for both sides. And we're seeing in the map of Tala Yihantala. Typical one, we're having on the left hand side in the red we have Slacks, on the right hand side in blue we have a Toggleman, both playing a balanced, but Slacks is playing 44 guards while a Toggleman is using a 20th Panzer, both very base game divisions. And we're looking forward to see that in a DLC map in form of Atali Hantala, which is included in the Fate of Finland DLC. On the left hand side we can see quite some assets around here from Slacks, not in the north but in the south, but the north side more of the Machikis and Gvada DP is Saperi and 42-45mm and the Sniperi, and also one T-34-85 to holding that on. On the other hand, in the south there are more assets coming in to actually seize a few more key positions down. But does look like it's not really being close to the 50-50 line except for a very south position. On the other hand, the Toggleman had a bit more of aggression around here, probably trying to seize the front line down the south, and also very weird pathfinding for one of the troops, probably maybe the Stoss troop or the Beelbachta, definitely the Beelbachta I say. But he does see no, not really. But the Ostrupen, yeah, the Ostrupen and the Stoss troop. The Stoss troop has had a very weird pathfinding around here. But more than that, he's bringing a lot of T-34-42s and the Patmadas onto the way, also with the Panzer 4Gs coming in. The first combat will be seen between the T-34-85 and some vehicles around here, but the Pak-40s here is coming to stop that as well. And on the very south, more Saperi and Gvada DP at the moment, with only Stoss troop and the Ostrupen trying to stopping that. Also with the T-34-42 very far back. I wanna look too well at this because the Toggleman did took a little bit too more flash from Slacks, while Slacks is still having a bit more aggression down in south. I hope so. Really hope so. Gonna be a fairly close fight around here, as the T-34-42 are going to go against the complete same tank of it. But the German one is going to be double vetted. Oh, there is the penetration from the Soviet ones, while the German ones did not do any progress around. And the second shot killed the double vetted T-34-76. Good loss in the south for really bad loss for us in the south for Toggleman. Good kill for Slacks T-34-76. Once the game proves a little bit more that it's not really useful when you're double betting the T-34s. But we're seeing P4s getting a reliable shot at the T-34-76 from the front, and the P4 get out of there alive, and without any damage onto it too. The Model 1 is going to do a few more suppression and fire support to the Saperi, which is firing at the Ostrupen, trying to hold down the one flag that he is completely holding. Panzer 4G and BMW R75 coming in around. trying a little bit more suppression and supporting down in the north and down in the south. With that being said, so the first one to fire the shot, the T-34-85 now back to the forest, seeing the Pak 40 firing at it, I think. No bodies to be found here. And also the T-34-76 did spotted the Panzer IV F1, and as a response, there are T-34 behind and the Marder trying to killing off that T-34-76. The P4F1 does goes down, but the Marder 1 did kill the T-34 during the time. But the T-34-85 is gonna go for a revenge shot at the Marder. As we're seeing the reload time for Marder is a bit slightly quicker, and both goes down. During the time being, still pretty much the same for the P4. Ooh, it's bailed out by the M42's APCR shells. But more infantry units are coming around to bolster the position, with the BMW R75 going for a few more recon play as well. The P4 does fire a few shots, land a few shots in the Gvardia, doesn't kill any of things. But the Ju-87 T5 is going to come around here and firing at dropping bombs at the T-34-85. Oh, there goes. No bombs were dropped. Bit of a waste at all around here. But it does try to bomb out a T-34-85 around here, and that does the kill. Does make a kill, and he tried to move around with the microing. Is he really trying to take down the Yak-1B in a dogfight? Or just pretty much simply sending back to the base? It's all it needs to do, but not enough for the Yak-1B to take that down. The Stuka's down, and now the Yak-1B is going for a head-on against the Me-109. Both fighter bombers, but it goes a little bit ahead for Yak-1B and forcing that 109 to fall back. That could be another second kill for the Yak-1B, and it does. Looking bad for a toggle man. Right now we're seeing some Austrian around here, still holding, but the flag were being taken. It's getting a 13-11 with 2 flags onto the edge, and the Yak-1B does take down, drop the bomb, and forcing the Austrian to fall back. Some flags were still on the edge. Austrian comes to her to take one of them, while the Gvardia were holding another one flag, making it a 12-12. Panzer IV-G and Austrian still firing at the Gvardia, and the reinforcement of the T-34-85 still comes around here. With the Gvardia DP and Superior being completely drawn out by the P4G, the Austrian are coming in for some play around here, but the Ognomachiki is gonna fire that flamethrower. Austrian gets out just in time to not getting killed around here, but is it enough to take out the Ognomachiki? Oof, that's just enough, and the Austrian immediately falls back. Marder 1 head-to-head against T-34-85, the one which was trying to reinforce to the front. Does get a few shots, but T-34-85 comes out unscathed and continue its forward operation. Coming around here, more Gvardia and Gvardia DPs around here to the forest in the south, while we're seeing a few more OB-25s in the north. Toggle man again doing a little bit more, I'd say, fairly passive around this place. With that open ground being said, of course the P4G against the T-34-85 1943, it could be a close match. And both have penetrated their first shots, and the T-34-85 bounced another one. And the shot takes down the P-4G. Well, unfortunate for it, but the Pak-4 is coming up to the field, trying to take this one down. With the Border Starling on the field too at the northern front. After that being said, the T-34-42s and Pak-40 trying to firing at the T-34-76. That's gonna be a huge kill. That's gonna be a good kill for those tanks as he's trying to move a bit more forward. As well as there is a huge chunk of infantry for those armor to take. 3 M42 45mm, no, 4 of them actually being brought out into the area, trying to going for a bit more forward placements. With that being said, I don't see the second OB being deployed around. They're probably gone out in the transport by the P3s, maybe? Probably by the P3 and then being taken out by the T-34-85. But that does mean a Toggle Man being seizing the southern flag once again, and also this crossroad coming up to a 13-11. The OB-25 firing at the Ostrupen, or the M42 is having a fairly bad route around and trying to go. But it's just simply not enough for the T-34-42 to take them out in time. And the German T-34s were being taken out, and also the P4F1 as well. Pak-40 going for some vehicle shots as well. No, it's going for some HE shots. And the OB-25 firing the heat shell onto the BMW R75. Looking at the players, we're already into phase B at this moment. Yak 1B dropping bombs onto the MG42 and Pak-40, both with good success. First Gepard onto the way with also a P4 and BMW R75. The Border Starling finally on its way to the front line, but firing on the move. Nothing's gonna pound that Border Starling at this moment. But what is he doing? The fast moving around here, not really gonna work. And being fired at multiple M42 is gonna be very devastating. If the 45mm ever get a shot done. IL-2M coming in while the Border Starling's driver was knocked out. There's a shot being fired, and there's the Border Starling being damaged in the transmission and forced to fall back. Group will be announced on stream tomorrow. Thank you, Proton Soccer, and well, I'm looking forward to see that in the near future. So where were we? Gepard moving in, Border Starling forced to fall back with a P4, trying to move a little bit more forward. The thing is, how to deal with the M42 guns. MG42 will do a potentially great job around against the OBs and also the M42s within the range. And also some artillery play will also do a good job on it. Right now the Model 1 is sitting back here in the south trying to look at the entrance or the exit of this town. Fairly good positioning around extreme distance. So it will be slightly harder for that to penetrate the T-34-85 from the front. While the Model 1 is pretty much in danger. But the P4 is gonna move up and up to the front. It didn't stop for any movement, didn't stop for any combat. It's weird though. That's weird though. It should be initially against that. I mean, it should be like a fast hunt in default for deployed units, right? But not for those. But not for those from a Targoman as well. But the P4 does take down the T-3485 with the last shot it needs, with the P4 being heavily damaged as well. More infantry fires around there between Stosstroop and Gvardia. The Gvardia were forced to fall back. At this moment, 2 more Gvardia trying to come in as well. The Yak 1B trying to bomb the Stosstroop, and it does kill that off. And the Winchester move comes in. Looking good for Slacks though, he's maintaining a bit more of kill KD onto his deck and onto his list. But also trying not to over focusing on the Boiter Starling will be proved to be another challenge for Slacks at this moment. And then the Pack 40 comes in, setting up. With the Osthupen around here being surrounded too by 2 squads of Gvardia, they will have no chance. The Stosstroop are going in to supporting that, as well as a Panzer 4G with only 6 HE shells left. No, the backward didn't work for him as well. Yak 1B coming in for another bomb drop. Good drop for the Yak 1B. While the T-3476 missing tons of shots and being taken out by P4G. The off-clad Panzer 3M on that forest were being taken out by the L2M. And this time Slacks got a fairly good airplay with a Toggleman very lacking in AA in the early game, and also until now bringing out the 37mm, which he should have a few more minutes earlier. Another gear pause bringing in also with the BMW R75, with the Boiter Starling trying to fire a lot more HE shells against the M42. 100mm of side armor and back armor, that does provide a good protection against the M42, even showing his side. But it's already heavily damaged, so it's pretty obvious that this Boiter Starling will be taken out by any of the HE damaging or anti-tank rockets. M42 45mm holding fire against that BMW R75, with the MG42 in place to hitting the OB25 and the most of the guns they're seeing. Still a 12-12, and at the 16 minutes into the game, more 122mm artillery are bringing into it to do some artillery play, while a Toggleman decided to bring in the Wolframen and another BMW R75. This one is cancelled its order and didn't do anything else around here. More T-3485s are bringing in from Slacks, and also another Su-76M to the south, which will be fairly good for Slacks as the T-3485 and Panzer 4G are into combat in the extreme range, while the MG42s are right there hitting the Gvardia. Crew panic for the P4G, while T-3485 aren't being suppressed yet. MG42 did take out the OB25, but gonna be bombed at by the Yak 1B, taking down both MGs in their run. Very nasty indeed. Very, very nasty bombing runs indeed. Comes down to 13-11 for Toggleman. The T-3485 did get a penetration shot against the P4G, but does take this revenge on killing the Panzer IV. Right now, at this moment, both sides are playing the whole map. That's a good thing, instead of really tunnel visioning around here and there. But the micro aspect of this point doesn't look too well on both sides as well. I always said that Taggleman can be a little bit more careful about his panzers while taking care of the soft targets with some more MGs. That could prove to be a very powerful combo with the MG and the armor to go against Slack's T-3485. While Slack's having some of this play here and there, but he do need some decisive push to concentrate a few of his forces and going for a big push, and to go and let the flag and let the battlefield under his control. Right now he's bringing in Sapperlis here, he's bringing infantry here and there, does not concentrate his forces. That's one of the thing that most people do, most new players do. They just lost their concentration and trying to play against the enemy and does not play his own game during the match. While Toggleman decided to push a few more Panzer IV edge to the center to see really trying to going for some armor game against enemy infantry, because there is a lack of infantry in his deck. Yeah, that it's another problem to be concerned with in his 20th Panzer deck, which doesn't have a good infantry tab. We're seeing P3Ns are being brought in around here, double vetted when it's C phase, just around the 20-minute mark. Both players are being a bit more passive around here and there, while Slacks has already started his artillery game early on, trying to bomb out something else around here. Not much to be said. Probably the Wurfrahmen and some of the Panzers around, or the AA, but there are just nothing around here. Because the Wurfrahmen already fired shot, it's just gonna be all going reloading at this moment, while the R2M just sees the opportunity to firing or just simply strafing at the P4 while being fired at by the Flak 43, which has not a good sight at all. The II positioning from a Toggleman does need a little bit more careful around here, as the Devil Yak 1B around here on the sky is coming up around, trying to go for a kill, but does microing those back and going for its own base. 37mm does fire some shot and heavily damaging one of the Yak 1Bs, but did not shut that down. Slacks bring another pair, another 322mm artillery back. It's gonna be a heavy artillery game. That's where all of the 122mm in his deck went. It goes. It's okay to play artillery game if you're really expecting for a long game around here and there, but one thing to be sure about that is you don't get too little in the front line and you don't get counter artillery. Right now, the breakthrough this situation is probably gathering a few more forces and taking down the and bringing the artillery observer out and going for a big push that would really take in a lot of flanks to bring this game back to your own position. Right now, a lot of P3Ns, a lot of P4 edge, also with the Boiler starting, China coming through, hitting the M42s, and as a response, the tons of T-3485s and Su-76 are coming in. trying to seize the opportunity as well. He's bringing a few more Flak 41s and some gear paw, and also P3s around here as well. While the 122mm did fire at the anti-air position a toggleman had, it just didn't do well at this moment. The P4 does go down by the R2M, and another R2M coming in for another P3N. And the boys are starting still out there unscathed. R2M was heavily damaged at this moment, I'd say, but it's not enough to kill that off. M42 are holding fire, pretty much of a chance to take him down with the effective fire, I'd say. Around here, didn't even bother to take down the SDKs at 251, but that's the job of the T-3485. While all of the artillery are just going to focusing on the excessive amount of armor that a toggleman had. But the thing is, the P4 does have the ability to take out the T-3485, while Borta Starling, on the other hand, is gonna tank all the shots from the T-3485 as well. While the P3Ns are going to take out the M42 at the same time. Also the Sniper. Wow. That's something the recon will do, isn't it? While the P4 does go down, more P4 coming up, more P3Ns and P4 Edge coming up. At the moment, while the T-3485 are taking out one after one, also with the Su-76, it's gonna be a deadly fight around there as the P3N goes down. The boy, the Starling still bouncing shots, while the P4 still hitting the tanks, forcing a lot of enemy tanks to fall back, and also the Su-76 MBT. While the R2M still targeting at the P4 Edge, does take down the boy, the Starling. That's gonna make this push a little bit more weaker, but the Flak 41 is coming up to the front. Flak 43 is coming up to the front too. Also, with more and more P3Ns and more P4 edges coming up to the field, he's going for a big push. We can see it's already a 15-9 for a toggleman. There is finally some aggression, and with that being said, the Slacks just simply send more T-3485s around here at this moment, which is a very big blob. And there's the Yak 1B being taken out by the ME-109G2. Any more J87D5 cluster plane will foil this absolute blob of the T-3485 and Su-76. Or he can go for a Wolfram shot that will also do a lot of job around here. There it is. There's the dedication. There is the dedicated push around here, making a 14-10 back round. And the central part did fail, but there are also still more P3Ns around here trying to do a few more heat shells and some HE shots at it. Heat shell does work, but the fire rate is good, but the penetration is not enough to kill the T-3485s. But with rare occasion that did well. And the extensive amount of AA that proves to be very crucial, also very crucial for the success with the R2M cannot do anything, being forced to fall back and drop during the process. Su-76 PM does get an armor cracked onto the P4 edge, and finally there comes the cluster plane, which is a little bit too late because most of the T-3485s and the Su-76 are being taken down at this moment. At least that's 2 kills up to that mark. Still roaming up the sky, the ME-109G2 just gonna spend his time around here until it's at bingo field. 15-9 for a toggleman. This is very dedicated, while the Gvardia at this moment cannot stop the Osttruppen from taking a little bit more flags around here. IL-2M coming around after the 122-meter artillery shutdown flag 41, which is coming for the gear pod. Did kill that gear pod. The 109 G2s coming in for the last shot, but didn't succeed. But it's already a 16-8 against Slacks, and this looks like it. Almost, because the P3Ns are still trying to fire some HE shells against the Su-76 before it's taken out by the P4. .85mm trying to bring in, stemming the tide a bit more, but right now Ostrup is just gonna give a little bit more spike onto the front line. And the 85mm did drop and trying to push to the front line with the T-34-85 moving a bit more forward for the Vanguard posing. More P4 up to the front, while more Su-76 and T-34-85 is also doing its job as well. Nothing else at the front at this moment, with a bit more Stone-Pioneer and a bit more P4 trying to push in, trying to extending what he had. And before Slacks had any opportunity of doing its airplay and also the artillery play, damage onto it, it's already been done. Not much frontline unit left for Slacks to actually defend from that. Limited amount of AT rockets being fired at the P3Ns. And it even didn't even kill that off as well. Gvalia trying to move in around. Good call. Has the 109 of strafing down against the 85mm. Now this is what we kind of want to see at this moment. Trying to making a dedicated push. Not for one tick, not for one flag, but just a huge chunk of land around there. Keep up the aggression around, fending off the counter attack. And what? That's why you need to get into a pretty decisive victory instead of the last two games around here. Otago might have won the game with that. It still depends on how Slacks will react, but most of the time Slacks just gonna react with Su-76 and the T-34-85s, which are, yeah, more or less of a failure attempt. Stone Pioneer coming up to the front, really ignoring everything else around here. The gear pod up the front line two ahead and being shot down by the T-34-85, while the Stone Pioneer on the half track, still there, not dead yet. While the Ju-87D5, the cluster plane, that did not drop any of its cluster bombs, and were forced to fall back. It's good. It's looking good for a Toggleman's side, as he do force the Yak-1B to fall back, while there's only one 37mm trying stopping a Toggleman's fighter plane. With more and more T-34-85s were being cleaned up by the P4s and Panther 3Ns, and also the 88s. A Toggleman seems to have a good holding onto the front line as well, locking the reinforcement down to a very small area. More P4s are also in. More Pioneer SVTs are coming in. Though the position they're dropping is still looking pretty weird at this moment. Slacks, though, he cannot do anything else but to RT all things, obliterate them with the RT, but the Panthers around here just roaming through the open field of Tali Ihantala at this moment. right around there, just strafing down the 85mm while having a good micro onto that ME109, thus meaning it won't be taken out by the Yak 1B, but the 37mm had a chance and sees that into a kill. A fighter bomber finally comes in and taking down the 85mm. Go damn it, Atago, attack move. You're just bleeding sitting there. Oh man. Oh man, this could be even better if the attack move, if Atago man did use a little bit more attack move out to the front line, keep pressurizing that, keep locking down the routes. Especially into the northern side here, maybe putting a few more party SVT, just straight up bum rushing your truck into the edge of the forest and pushing into this. And there's nothing else behind. And there's nothing else behind the Gvadia DP. You can just win right now. Don't throw it away. I think Slacks is out of option around here right now. Doesn't really think so, but he didn't bring the ZIS-3 out. He just bring the Su-76 out. Wow, they're not enough. Also, the T-3485 just coming in a little bit too piecemeal. And yeah, drop in one after one by either P4s or the cluster planes as well. The second cluster planes coming in for the second T-3485s. All his tanks are just dying to RT. I'd say the same, but not much around here as well. As the RT, you just keep pounding the anti-air, not onto the tanks. 5 minutes left. 5 minutes left for Slacks to bring this back. As the ME109G2 are just again miss-microing around here and just gonna be taken down by the 37mm. Yes, it did. While Gvadia trying to push a little bit more forward, being fended off by the P3Ns. I wonder what he's actually microing at. I wonder what Atagoman is actually microing at right now. It seems like he's completely doing nothing around here. Some microing around here, of course. Slack did a little counter attack onto that forest, trying to make it a little bit more forward, but while at the same time Pioneer SVT are onto it, the NG42 and also the Flak 43 are onto this pile of infantry, and also the Flammenwerfer are completely undamaged at all. This could prove to be more of a loss for Slacks around here. As the L2M, the P4s are dying from the artillery, from T-34, from L2Ms. But overall, the position that Atagoman had were weird but effective. Let's say very effective fending off things, but the aggression was not there at all. Atagoman just right now sitting right there, just gonna take the field, and yeah, just gonna let you can come, and I'm gonna hit you as hard as I can with those position I have. Without thinking any further, that he could have pushed and extending what he gained, and yeah, making it a 677 or even 18.6 at this moment. One more flag there, very close for being taken. Still very close to the south. The Gvadia not really up to attack at this moment, fairly. As Slack is still trying his best, trying to fending off, no, not fending off, to make a counter attack. While a lot of RT trucking, hitting those Pack 40s, some Flak 43s, and some hard targets such as the P3s. But it's not going to be very decisive, and he did not have enough forces about in front to support the infantry. And also for Atagoman, he don't have enough forces right now after a huge loss of its armored. More Panzer Grenadier DP coming in, some Flak 41 here, some Pioneer SVT coming in. All still been trying for another push up around here into the town, being stopped by Gvadia and taken out. A Pioneer SVTR fencing another Troy into the town. Trying to go against the Gvardia with the help of some P4s. And the P4 edge in the town were a bit mismicro and not really supporting the front. This should be already GG for Slag, and he doesn't have tanks anymore. I don't see any of the T-3485s coming out. The loss is being too huge at this moment, even though he still had a few more Su-76 or Sinistry to go against that, but there's just no vehicle for Slags for another push. And the T-3485s are gonna get pinned and completely fucked over by the Flak 41 and the P4s and P3s. And also the Pack 40s, to be honest. Should be GG fairly soon around here. Slacks might gonna go until the end, maybe. At that moment though, the Xenar 37mm a bit too little to do against the Ju-87 cluster plane, but do get some chances to take down occasionally 1 or 2 mismicroed 109s. 1 more minute for Slacks, almost taking out all of the P4s on the open field, as there is no P4s on the open field anymore, but Slacks also sees no hope of taking any more flags, decided to surrender after 39 minutes and 49 seconds of fighting. Not 15-9 ended with the team stats of a Toggleman had a slightly better kill, 4,045 points worth of it, against Slag's 3,550 points worth of it, and that means a Toggleman wins game 3. And this is the decider of the best of 3 of round 2. Congratulations to Otagoman for winning out the round 2 and coming out of round 3, which is, yes, already been decided and waiting for review. And also GG for Slags for being around here and doing the best he can. And trying to be, well, good around there. He could have good push by a toggle, but that could have been a lot cleaner. He could have pushed all the way to the RT and possibly spawn. I gotta ask the man himself then. Talking about the kill list for Slacks, there's Yak 1B who done a lot of kills around there. 2 planes and a lot of soft targets. 4 soft targets, especially against those MG42 and Pack 40 that will be crucial in the early game, but that did not follow up with enough force on the front line. As well as a T-3485 killing off the Panzer IV Edge and the Hearth. That's up to the a little bit later game around here. But it's a bit too little and too piecemeal to the offensive that a Toggleman had. IL-2M did kill that Boiter Starling, as well as the 122mm artillery, trying to stop the offensive and trying to support the counter-attack, but it's just not enough for Slacks to make any effective push back to the position he had. Front lines in this game are pretty thin. Normally, if you push the front line and nothing is engaging you anymore, then you're pretty much good to push through. Yes, unless it's talking about all armor push without too many infantry support, that will be fucked over by close-ranged AT guns and also some infantry ATs that will be coming through around to the forest line as well. And the Toggleman do aware of this a little bit too much, I would say, and decided to stop his push right around here, sitting at 2 ticks. That's one of the things that not much 1v1 players would have recommended. unless you have a good plan defensive. But this is a really bad place to defend at all. You need to push into the forest to get a little bit more better position at defending as well. The open ground is just completely a kill zone if the one who's trying to counterattack, or if one's trying to push, will be facing a lot of losses if you're really trying to push the open ground. You need to be prepared for a lot of time, maybe 10 or 20, even 20 minutes earlier to go for it. And that's what Toggleman did and didn't, and that's what Slack's a little bit lacking of it. Looking at the losses looking at the kills for the Toggleman on Panther 4G double starred, double vetted, and killing off 2 T-34 and 3 infantry units. The boys are starting to tank a lot of shot, killing off 4 units. Other than that, Ju-87D5 do drop its cluster bomb and killing a few more tanks around here. And 3 kills, 1 kills all over here and there. And that is what makes a Toggleman succeed in this game and advancing into round 3 in the Greenhorn Cup. Alrighty, this is a long cast, long enough for me, and well, I hope all of you sitting through all this stuff enjoy this as well. And sure, for a bit I'm looking forward to do something else, expecting good games later on, and sure, I'll be casting Greenhorn Cups later after the Lunar New Year. If I do have the chance of casting that another time. But until next time, it's probably time to say goodbye, as it's pretty much 12 AM here, and well, that's 3 long games to cast. Anything to say about this, chat? And appreciate the followers of this new stream. Stanton Warrior, thank you, and Shadow Overlord 777. The new followers, appreciate that, and trying to get above 50 is the first target of being a semi-successful Twitch streamer. I'm looking for another cast, or maybe another stream. Next stream might be around in the next week after the New Year. And yeah, anything to say about this, chat? Or we should just wait for the next league season coming up, and hoping for the best that I don't poke another shit group. Oh god, I don't know. But things are looking pretty good at this moment. And pretty much the end of the stream, and thank you for sitting through this all again. And I'm gonna end this right here because I have nothing else to say. So, waiting for a few more minutes if chat is gonna say anything about this. Other than that, I would like to say goodbye to the chat and all the people who have sit through this. And as always, good luck and have fun out there.